And I just thank everyone for putting up with us tonight with your math. At the same time, I'm going to say that I also know there's a lot of emotions today, this week. Crescent City has lost several people, very significant people in our community. Leslie Backwell, we lost Leslie, we lost Coach Stacy, both very tragic losses. At the same time, I would say that I went to those funerals, and I have to tell you, the love that surrounded those two people were incredible. So with everything we're going through today, tomorrow, this week, just make sure that you remember that we're all neighbors. We all care for one another. What we have done this week has been hard. It's not anything that anybody wanted to do. Nobody has made accusations. We have done, Michael mainly has done, what needed to be done to protect you, the citizens. We are all charged with making sure that we make sure that you are safe. What he did this week was just that. It's an audit that has started. Something was brought to his attention. The liability of not responding to that, the magnitude of that, I hope you understand, is significant. That we could not, as leaders in this community, we could not stay comfortable and just turn our heads and not do anything. So please, tonight, we're going to give everyone an opportunity to speak. I hope everyone is aware that at no time have we made a decision. This commission has not made a decision to do anything, but we also have found that there are some issues that have been overlooked that we need to address. And at the same time, we need to make sure that we've looked at every option available. Believe me, if it was up to me, and I'm sure if it was up to Commissioner West, Commissioner Banks, Commissioner Burton, we would be out there planting flowers in the median. Now, Commissioner DeVito, she would be spreading mulch around the trees. That's necessary. So I'm just saying, this is not something that any of us are taking lightly. It's not anything that we felt that we had to not address. Tonight, as you come up and speak, please make sure that you use civility. And remember that we're not pointing fingers tonight, that these are our neighbors. We care about our officers, we care about you, and we want to do what is in the best interest of Crescent City.
Madam Mayor, can I ask you to be more specific instead of just broadly saying this, we are upset about this, and we know you all want to know about that. Can you please be specific about what we're talking about here?
Okay, Donnie, and I'm sure that most everybody here is aware that on Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock, Michael put our officers on administrative leave with pay and asked the sheriff's office to step in and take over the patrol of the city. At 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon, the sheriff's department was here in full force. And I will say they have been here, covered our city the entire time. At no time have we gone without coverage. We made sure of that. During this time, the reason that Michael asked or the reason that he had to close the police station down, is certification. A lot of you are probably aware that police require certification. There are multiple layers of certification, and every 4 years, those have to, they have to be up. So within, you have to have 40 hours, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have 40 hours every 4 years of specific training. It was brought to Mr. Esposito's attention that quite possibly our certification was not in order where it should be. And so through the consultation with several attorneys, FDLE, they determined that it was in everyone's best interest that put everyone on administrative leave while FDLE performs an audit. FDLE will be performing the audit.
Yeah, I mean, who made these allegations that something was wrong with it?
Diane, quite honestly, it's my understanding it doesn't matter who made the allegations. When the allegations were made, and if that certification was not handed over, then it puts all of us in jeopardy. There's a liability issue. You have to understand if your certification is not up to date, you make an arrest. If you have an incident, then you have to understand the liability that is there. So Mr. Esposito did the responsible thing, and he made sure that we had coverage, but at the same time, he put our officers on administrative leave with pay.
My understanding is that they're not point of order.
Yeah, I will, yes, ma'am.
On the agenda before announcement by the chair, there is an item for additions, deletions, and modifications to the agenda.
Yeah.
And I had a couple of items that I want to address there.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Let me just finish with this if I can, just the housekeeping. I'm just doing the housekeeping portion.
Okay, because it seems like we're out of housekeeping and also in public comment, and I want to try to head that off.
Okay, we're not in public comment. We're done at this point. I'm going to turn this over to Lisa.
Okay, just,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you put still in the agenda, you should put on the agenda. That'd be the proper thing to do.
Yes, sir.
And then when we get to the commissioner,
that's okay. Well, I'm asking for number 3, Commissioner Banks, that says additions, deletions, and modifications to the agenda that comes after the invitation.
She's right. I did jump ahead. I apologize, Commissioner DeVito, and we're going to go to item 3.
That's okay. And I hope people can hear me. Can hear me, but okay. To Diane's point, when I look at the agenda, it would seem more logical to me and less confusing for the public who do not know the background if prior to the presentation by the sheriff, we had the city manager do what you have done in part, and that would be explain 2 things. One is the status of the police chief search, and 2, the status of the police department review. And I think that would set the context for it. Because certainly, when I first learned that sheriff was willing to make the presentation, my first question was, where does this all fit in, and what is the status of the police chief search? So those would be 2 items that would help put the sheriff's presentation in context. And as well, completely unrelated, at some point on the agenda, I think it would be helpful if we would be sure to have an opportunity among the commissioners, because we cannot do this outside, to discuss any concerns we have about safety rules, or just to say we think it all went really well. And as well, that we should discuss scheduling for the future. I think we should make sure to do that before we leave. We used to do it, and we have kind of omitted to do that. So those are kind of housekeeping measures, but things that we really need to talk about in the meeting and not just kind of dump it onto Michael or wait until the next meeting. So I would like to add those somewhere.
So, well, I was going to ask Michael to give a presentation, or at least speak to our current, police chief applicant. But, you're also asking us to talk about the schedule, is that correct?
One thing, usually before we leave planning commission meeting, we make sure to talk any future scheduling that we might need to do. And I think that and being able to talk amongst ourselves about how we feel about how the safety provision went, I think that would be a good thing, because we have not yet really done that in all these months.
We can do those numbers then.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Is that,
That's it.
are you here? Okay. Mr. Esposito, would you provide an update, as far as where we are currently with the, police chief
Sure.
applicant?
So right now, we're in background checks for applicants. And we had one applicant drop out. We have one that we're waiting on the sheriff's office. He's working on the backgrounds for us. We've kind of, due to COVID, that's kind of dragged out the background checks for where they are. Once that is complete, then we were going to bring them forward, whoever we had for an applicant. Now we have one applicant. They're doing the background check on him. So that's where we are. Yeah, so we had 5 applicants apply. We had 2 that did not qualify. We had 3 that we looked at that were vetted. So they weren't just vetted by me, they were vetted by the sheriff's office and the police chief of Palatka. So they went through them, we vetted them, we did interviews, and they were waiting on background checks. In the interim of background checks, one of the candidates dropped out. He got another opportunity. So we have 1, and that's where we stand. So, and to go on to the status of the investigation, we're working through, the sheriff's office had contacted FDLE to do the investigation as far as the certifications go. That's all on FDLE. I do not have a schedule on that. We'd have to add more from the sheriff if he knows anything at this moment.
We have the name of the applicant that's still left.
The one applicant left, his name is Greg Futch. So he's got a long background. Once again, law enforcement. We've had the sheriff's office and the chief of police for Palatka vet our candidates. So
Okay. With that, we're going to move to item 4. With items just finished up, now we're going to move to item 5. And the sheriff has a presentation. So I'm going to ask him at this time if he'll come forward. Want everyone, if they would please hold your questions until after the full presentation is done. I assure you, everyone will be given the opportunity to speak. And again, I want everyone to understand, we have not made any decision at this time, but we did ask the sheriff's department if they would come in and give us a presentation as to what they could offer the citizens of Crescent City for us to put into our bucket of options.
Good evening, Commissioners. If you'll bear with me for just a moment while we work through some technology issues. My desire is to be able to share this presentation with those who are watching the meeting by Zoom as well, so they have access to this information as well. So if we can, just a moment to see if we can hopefully make that happen.
while he's doing that, Commissioner DeVito, I do apologize, you know, I was just teasing about the mall.
Okay, we need some.
We did, and I knew you would understand when I said that you would much rather probably be taking care of all of our trees, which you do so well.
I don't discriminate. And that's not.
Listen, you need to let the mayor know that there's 40 people here, none of us can hear it. We try to sit in the room.
Mayor Meyer, and is there anyone who's on Zoom in the office that can confirm for us that the screen share is?
My tablet,
I know, Sarah. Okay, perfect. So my intention tonight is to give an overview of some of the activities that have been going on in Crescent City recently. So really, we have a presentation that I'd like to break down into two parts. And for the first part of the presentation, I'd like to invite my Chief Deputy Colonel Joe Wells up to talk about some of the emergent trends and activities that's been going on in Crescent City over the last few weeks. It's my understanding that previously the chief would have taken care of that. So just to give everyone a brief overview and kind of bring everyone up to speed about what's going on in Crescent City, I'd like to bring Joe Wells up.
A little bit. Thank you, Sheriff, Honorable Mayor, City Commissioners. It's our pleasure to be with you tonight. And I know through attendance, like the Sheriff said in the past meetings, you've become accustomed to getting a snapshot of what type of law enforcement activity has been going on and kind of, just the status of the city as far as that goes. So we thought we would do that for you tonight. This is modeled heavily after the crime control strategy that we use at the Sheriff's Office, and this will be similar to what our district commanders have to provide for the Sheriff and I on a monthly basis. So we'll run through. If you have any questions, Commissioner Mayor, just let me know as we start, as we go through. So let me make sure we're in good shape here. Okay. So this is just first of all, what I did is I went back all the way back to January, and then this is up through November. This is kind of just showing you the status of what the crime is occurring. So the numbers indicate that these are uniform crime reporting type crimes. So these are all crimes that contribute to your uniform crime report. And as you can see, this is what you look like from January on the far left to November on the far right. And these are crimes that would have been investigated by either agency inside the city. Obviously, May was an outlier with 11, but other than that, you hover right around 3 or 4. The note to take from this one is, and we use these for our analytic purposes, is the line running in the center is the trend data. So you are actually trending up in crime in Crescent City slightly, as the analytics show what to expect of future trends. So next we look at, it might have to do with the sharing. It's actually got a really bad lag in it. Okay, we're caught up now. Well, give us just a minute. Something with the sharing is. Okay. Okay, so all right, we'll go. So again, just a quick comparison. This won't take long. This is 2019 compared to this time in 2019 compared to this time in 2020. As of the date this was prepared a few days ago, you had 27 uniform reported crimes in the city of Crescent City. And as of that same date in 2020, there was 39, showing, again, similar to the previous slide, that we should expect an increase in crime in Crescent City in 2020. So it's just a comparison to show you where we can, so you'll kind of know where the county stands is, this is, 2 years of crime trends. So for the county, 2019 indicated in the blue line, dotted line through the center, and 2020 with the green. And you can see that the Putnam County as a whole, is trending downward this year, not as sharp as it was the previous year, but we are on a current downtrend countywide. What kind of crime is occurring in Putnam County when I gave you those numbers? So in those time frames, we have had through the year as aggravated assault, 0 homicide, 0 sex crimes, 0 robbery, 15 burglaries, 20 thefts, and 1 auto theft. That's what you're seeing inside the city limits for about the past 12-month period. So I wanted to show you the clearance rate here is over that same 12-month period, 13% of the crimes reported to Crescent City have been solved. The countywide solve rate on crime is roughly 32%, just for comparison purposes. Furthermore, I know this is the kind of stuff that you like to get into. So there has been a total of 235 calls for service in Crescent City this year. Of those calls, 73% have been handled by Crescent City PD, 27% have been handled by the Sheriff's Office, and the final column is proactive law enforcement. That's anything that is not called into the dispatch center. That would be traffic stops, suspicious person contacts, suspicious vehicles, things that the deputies generate, sometimes called on-view activity. There have been 55 on-view activities during that time period, of which 18 were initiated by Crescent City PD for 33%, and 37 initiated by the Sheriff's Office for 67% of your traffic stops and other on-view type activities. So this is something I wanted to share with you, and like I said, this is very similar to what our district commanders present to the sheriff and I every month. Through our full-time crime analysts, we look for patterns of crime. We find that we are more successful and we can more effectively utilize our resources when we conduct ourselves compared to patterns of crime, crime concentrations, and focus our efforts. So I had our analysts analyze Crescent City over the past about 30 days or so, and this is one pattern that you have. So what creates a pattern, or what makes this an area of concern, is 2 or more crimes that are related by either person, location, similarity in the crime, the type of material being involved with its theft. Anything that relates crimes together becomes a pattern for us. Once it becomes a pattern, the way the Sheriff's Office handles it, it gets assigned to a district, the lieutenant, who's the deputy district commander, and they're held accountable for making sure that that crime resolved in a very expedient manner. So at that time period, we discovered this pattern in Crescent City, and you can see that it involves burglaries and then some related calls, all related to a specific individual in a very tight area. So how we got involved in this, and it'll show you this a little bit. One of our deputy sheriffs on Friday evening, after assuming responsibility from Crescent City, responded to a follow-up investigation where the complainant believed that they had located DNA evidence inside a home burglary had taken place. So our deputy sheriffs went and investigated that. They did, in fact, collect the DNA, and because of the nature of the crime, we followed standard Sheriff's Office protocols, and we immediately active call out on that. So, in a long story short, we investigated this as we would any other pattern in the Sheriff's Office, and this would be the same information that our district commanders report to the sheriff every month. So, what has been completed as far as this pattern goes is the initial call response was completed by Crescent City, the follow-up response by the Sheriff's Office, DNA collection from the scene and the suspect by the Sheriff's Office, surveillance video collection, additional witness interviews, neighborhood canvases by the Sheriff's Office. The suspect was located and arrested by our deputies. He was subsequently interviewed and provided full confessions. The state attorney's office was consulted and we completed a staffing with them, and then we did public information updates.
Colonel,
Yes.
I hate to interrupt you.
Yes.
It is vital that all of our residents know that they have an opportunity to hear this. Right now, we are having some difficulties outside.
Okay,
So if we can take a short recess,
absolutely. You want to restart this presentation when you get the problems
I
rectified?
would, I think that's important. I apologize to everyone here in the room, but this is very, very important that everyone has this opportunity. Unfortunately, we're working with what we have here in the city, and we have limited space. And so what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to separate people down the hallways. Okay, so if y'all will just give us a moment to work out the logistics, thank you very much.
It's being, just so you know, it's being shared to Zoom right now, and that will stay on. Yeah, so, I mean, we will be, I mean, we'll be out, we'll send it out to our, we'll figure that out, but it's available on Zoom if anybody's on Zoom. I think some people outside are starting to watch. So, we're also trying something else to broadcast it, we'll see if it works.
Yes, yes. Okay, the decision has been made that what we're going to do, the sheriff's department is working with the group out there. We all feel that in the best interest of everyone and their health, that right now we cannot put more people into this room. It is on Zoom and YouTube, and it's for that reason we put it on Zoom and YouTube, because we had no idea how many people might be here. You understand this meeting room is limited space. So, Colonel Wood, Colonel Wells, I apologize. You're going to go ahead and start your presentation over again, because those, the people waiting outside, I will ask when it's time for public comment, that when you have spoken, that you please, I hate, give up your seat, step outside, let the next speaker come in and speak. That's most important, that everyone's given that opportunity, okay? With that, call the meeting back to order.
Very well. All right, so for those of you that didn't see the video, I apologize, you made it most of the way through, but I think in all fairness, let's just kind of start from the beginning and go through this and see where we're at. So like I explained, okay. So like I talked about, let me make sure the screen is sharing. It's just, okay. So it gets a lag, I guess my screen sharing. So as through my attendance at previous Crescent City Commission meetings, I know the city leaders and citizens have become accustomed to getting monthly brief reports on law enforcement activity, the status of crime, and other concerns inside the city. So based on the fact that we are filling that gap at this time, covering the Crescent City with deputy sheriffs, we decided to put together a quick presentation just to kind of show everybody where we're at. So again, this looks back through the month of January through all the way through November of this year. It shows you the number of what is referred to as UCR, Uniform Crime Report, reportable crimes. There are certain crimes identified by the FBI. Then when those crimes come together, they make up your crime rate. So this is the report for that. We cover around four, had one outlying month in May. And the line through the center of this graph shows you the current trending direction of uniform crime in Crescent City, and that direction is a slight trend upward. So a snapshot of 2019, this was to date of 2019 compared to date of 2020. 27 uniform reportable crimes in 2019 through this date, and 39 so far in 2020, showing a trend to increase in crime. Being where we are at this time this year, we should be prepared to see an increase in crime for the city limits of Crescent City. So I wanted to give you a comparison. This is uniform crime reports, crime for the current trend inside the county as a whole, and the unincorporated portions of the county with two trend indicators. The blue one are the steeper of the two, being 2019's trend indicator, and the green one, the less steep, is 2020 indicator. The county has positioned itself for a reduction in crime in 2020, while not as steep based on this trend as it is and as it was in 2019. I can tell you that our district commanders and director of law enforcement updated the sheriff and I today, and if we remain successful in December, we will see a significant reduction in the unincorporated portions of Putnam County this year. So what type of crime are you having? These are the crimes for the most part that make up UCR, or Uniform Crime Report. Homicide, sex crime, aggravated assault, robbery, burglary, theft, auto theft. Was reminded on the break that there is in fact one homicide in Crescent City. This year was in January of this year. That was showing 0 on the report because that crime has to be transferred from the sheriff's office to the city. Because in fact, during the time of that crime, there was a city police department, so that city police department's responsibility to report that crime. So it's not showing yet that there was one. We're showing 0 sex crimes, 0 robberies, 3 aggravated assaults, 50 burglaries, 20 thefts, and 1 auto theft inside Crescent City so far for 2020. According to the clearance rates of all crimes that were reported, the clearance rate as it stands now, based on what they have reported through the software, is 13% for Crescent City, and the sheriff's office is covering right around 32.5%, 32% of all crimes reported cleared. Of course, you know that many crimes like violent crime have a much higher clearance rate than property crimes do, but this is all of them together in one snapshot. Law enforcement activity inside Crescent City from November 1 to current, and I think it was the 5th of December. It was after the first few nights that the sheriff's office had been working inside the city limits, but certainly it takes into account all of November. 235 calls for service in Crescent City. Of those, 73% were handled by the police department, 27% by the sheriff's office. Proactive law enforcement, like I briefly explained before, is law enforcement activities that are sometimes sometimes described as on-view activities. These are traffic stops that the officers conduct. Suspicious persons they may get out with, suspicious vehicles, anything that's on view that did not come through the communication center. There were 55 of those incidences, 18 of which were initiated by Crescent City Police Department and 37 or 67% by Putnam County Deputy Sheriffs. So again, I apologize for the repeat for those of you that were in here. This is a pattern that we've identified in Crescent City. A crime pattern is any series of 2 or more crimes that are related by possible suspect, even by victim, by location, by times of occurrence, by what is stolen, if it's a theft, anything that ties crimes together becomes a pattern. Our crime analyst that works with us in the sheriff's office is where he spends his day is keeping his eye out for these, analyzing every single crime that comes in, and immediately reporting to our district commanders that a pattern has arisen in a district. We asked him to do the same thing as we were assuming law enforcement services, at least in the interim in Crescent City, so that our district commander deputies would be aware of any patterns that were existing in Crescent City so that we can immediately deal with them. We find that a much more effective use of resources if we concentrate on patterns. The theory existing there is one crime can happen anywhere. It's obviously worth doing the best that we can with it, but when a second related crime happens over a short period of time, it's inevitable that crime 3, 4, 5, 6 are behind it. So for us at the sheriff's office, second related crime is our trigger. So this is the Jeremy Addison case, and how it came to be for the sheriff's office is on Friday evening, immediately after assuming primary responsibility, the deputies received a follow-up call, which means the victim of one of the burglaries wanted a follow-up investigation regarding what he or she believed was evidence inside the home. So our deputies responded to that location, and then we basically picked those cases up, or probably more accurately, we just started from scratch with those 2 burglaries. So this would be the same things that the district commanders report to the sheriff and I monthly. What have they done so far? What are they planning to do? How do they plan on resolving this pattern? And if our patterns don't resolve in 14 days, they go up to the level of leadership. So lieutenants get assigned patterns with us initially. If that lieutenant cannot successfully solve that pattern in 14 days, it goes to the captain. If it's still not solved, then it continues to move up, and we continue to put our heads together to get rid of these patterns. Timely resolution of patterns is key, and crime reduction. So what has been done on this case so far is obviously Crescent City police officers took the initial reports. Then the sheriff's office, by our getting involved in it, provided a follow-up response. DNA collection from the scene, DNA collection from the suspect is being analyzed at this time to see if we can find a match. Surveillance video collection. We did some additional witness interviews. Neighborhood canvassing through the area at various times of the day. The suspect was located, which sparked an immediate detective activation. Our detectives interviewed the suspect and gained confessions. We staffed this in the state attorney's office because we had an interesting situation with this particular suspect, in that some of his crimes were committed as a juvenile, some of his crimes were committed as an adult, and he had 17 active warrants as a juvenile. So we consulted with the state attorney's office, we looked at the charges and brought them on board, and they agreed with the charges and provided consultation on moving forward along with our general counsel at the sheriff's office. And then, of course, we did some public information updates out of the public to keep them informed of what's going on. There are some ongoing efforts with this case. Although the suspect remains in jail without bond, we are continuing to follow leads to locate some stolen property. We are also analyzing some other unsolved crimes in the area that maybe this individual is responsible for and have not come up as a suspect. And our victim services are heavily engaged with the victims' families. These are our victims' advocates. One of the things, or some of the things stolen in these cases, were Christmas presents from children. So I don't want to spoil any surprises in case anybody's watching or here tonight. But let me just tell you that these children are going to have an amazing Christmas coming. Our advocates have done a phenomenal job, and we are going not only meeting what they had before, but I believe we're going to exceed their Christmas expectations. So basically, like I said, that ends this presentation. It's a snapshot of crime and law enforcement activity inside Crescent City. If you have any questions or anything, I'm here at your disposal. If not, then I will, I believe, turn it back over to the mayor for the next item of agenda.
Do you have any questions?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Sure, if you want. Your next item of business.
Good evening. I will say that it may require some technical assistance from my director of law enforcement to get me into the next slide. All right, so this presentation may be just a little bit extended. Does anyone on the commission have any aversion, since we're also to resistance here, I remove my mask during this portion of the presentation?
I don't think that's a good idea. The worst to speak and not have your mask on.
Okay.
I
Out
don't think that's a
of
good idea.
for you, Commissioner, I will remove my mask on.
Thank you.
Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, so some of you, I'm sure, are wondering, and those in the audience may be wondering why we're here tonight. And, as Mr. Esposito briefed everyone just a little bit ago, a couple of weeks, a week and a half ago, we were approached by Mr. Esposito and the mayor that had some concerns, and we're looking for some guidance about how to pull some potential deficiencies or improprieties in training within the police. I think Mr. Esposito pretty well covered that. FBLE is actually currently in the process of compiling all of those records so that we have an opportunity, or they have an opportunity to come and audit the records to see if any of those concerns are assuaged and put to bed, or merit a further look. So tonight, or should I, that conversation ultimately evolved into a conversation between the mayor, Mr. Esposito, and I about alternatives and how to proceed from here. One of the things that brought up was our ability at the sheriff's office to partner with Crescent City in order to provide law enforcement services here within the city to the residents, and that's the catalyst for this presentation here tonight. Well, bear with me as we kind of go through some more technical. Okay, perfect. So I want to go over for you, or with you, for just a few moments about what you can expect and what Crescent City might potentially stand to gain if it's the will of the residents here and the commission to enter into a partnership with the sheriff's office. Many of you may not know that the sheriff's office is actually a full-service law enforcement agency with accredited Excelsior accreditation. And essentially what that means is that we are recognized statewide as a law enforcement entity who has gone through the rigorous process of being accredited to ensure that we adhere with nationally recognized standards and best practices with regard to how we conduct business, how we serve our residents, and how we do investigation. You also stand to gain exceptionally trained and well-qualified law enforcement officers inside city limits around the clock every day. As it stands right now, and candidly, through no fault of anyone who works for the Crescent City Police Department at the moment, there are lapsing coverages, as evidenced by some of the data that Colonel Welch shared with you just a few moments ago. And this is due to a number of reasons: staffing shortages, those that find themselves in a position where they have to take sick leave to care for themselves and or family members, or sometimes those that are on vacation. In the past, the Sheriff's Office has agreed to cover the city during those times, but the coverage was minimal and not what we proposed here. Essentially, that consisted of a zone deputy who was assigned to the East District of the county, who would answer calls for service on an as-needed basis, but never maintained a continual presence in the city, as we have since Friday at 5 p.m. Also, extensive, immediate, and seamless involvement from every element of the criminal investigations and special operations section of the Sheriff's Office. One of the things that unfortunately plagues small municipalities like Crescent City is the lack of financial resources to be able to stand up what I call a full service law enforcement agency, with investigative resources, detectives, victims advocates, the ability to process crime scenes and submit evidence to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's lab for analysis. That's something that the Crescent City, again, by no fault of anyone who works with the agency now, is unfortunately lacking, and certainly a service that we can provide and are certainly more than willing to. In addition, Colonel Welch spoke about this months ago, a nationally recognized crime reduction and accountability strategy that have resulted in a 37% overall reduction in crime in the unincorporated areas of the county. And I want to pause there for a moment and let everyone know that whenever I took office, I never aspired to merge with or partner with a municipal law enforcement agency. However, I do see this as a very unique opportunity for us to be able to provide the residents of Crescent City with excellence in law enforcement services and expand the services that you're currently afforded by your police department here. And we'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. In addition to that, we also employ nationally awarded and recognized victim services, to include our victims advocates and detectives who have been recognized at the state and national level for their meritorious work. Also, a full complement of line, middle, and executive leadership professionals. And I don't want to get into that too much because there's a slide that we'll talk about in just a moment that will cover that in a little more depth. And comprehensive wraparound services for the residents of Crescent City and law enforcement officers. As it stands right now, if the Crescent City officer is dispatched to a call for service, let's use a burglary, for example, theft. That officer takes that report, does his level best to follow up on the few leads that you may be able to generate, and then, frankly, that report goes nowhere. One of the services that are available to the city through a partnership is the ability to then push that report up to the next level, make sure that it's referred to the appropriate entity, whether it's burglary or theft. That would obviously go to one of our property crimes detectives, who would then be assigned to follow up on those particular crimes and hopefully bring them to closure. And I want to reference something that Colonel Welch talked about just a few minutes ago as evidence of this. You saw on a slide previously in the part of the presentation that Crescent City's village rate was lingering somewhere around 13% of crimes that were reported to the city. The Sheriff's Office, as you saw in the presentation, the clearance rate for the Sheriff's Office for UCR crimes that are reported to us is right around 32%. The significance of that is, and what I want everyone to fully understand is, nationally, the clearance rate that can reasonably be expected for uniform crime, reportable crimes, is about 22%. So the sheriff's office, as it stands right now, is well above that national average. And we see that trend continuing and hope to be able to drive that clearance rate even further. Does anyone of the commissioners have any questions thus far? Okay, excellent. Okay, here we go, perfect. So as it stands right now, this is kind of a very simplified version of Crescent City Police Officer resources and organizational structure. And obviously you can see up is the Crescent City Police Officer who, when they're on duty, they would answer to a sergeant, ultimately a chief of police, who answers to a city manager, who then ultimately answers to each of you that are seated at the dais today. What's unique about this, and what you'll see demonstrated in the slide, is the department unfortunately doesn't have the resources, again, by no fault of theirs, nor by anyone who is seated on this commission tonight, to be able to provide them with the training, tools, and the equipment they need to provide law enforcement services and be a true full-service law enforcement agency. I don't want to get out of it because it gives everyone. All right, I apologize for the technical issues. This is a slide that is illustrative of, and I apologize if it's a little bit consultancy, illustrative of the resources that would be available to the deputy sheriff who is assigned to Crescent City. And it's a comprehensive overview of essentially everything we offer, from victim services, property crimes detectives, major crime detectives, victims advocates, crime scene processing, evidence handling and analysis, human resources, internal affairs, background investigations, and a whole litany of things that would become available to the residents of Crescent City to provide more comprehensive and wraparound law enforcement services that would give you the ability to really fully grasp and get a handle on any emerging trends or issues that are occurring here that are troublesome to the residents and to the commissioners. If anyone have any questions about this slide, I know it's a little difficult to see, but we'll make certain that this slide is made public so that it's available to each of you and also to all of the residents here. We'll find a venue where we can publish that online, or perhaps share it with the city of Crescent City, who can then disseminate it to the residents. Again, as a segue into the next part of the conversation, as we talked about service to the residents of Crescent City and our citizens here, some of the other things that would be afforded to the city of Crescent City that are offered now, but on a limited basis, as the need arises, is a community engagement unit. This deputy sheriff that you see here is actually Deputy Dennis Jones. Deputy Jones lives in the south end of the county, not within the jurisdictional confines of Crescent City, but nearby in one of the surrounding areas. Deputy Jones is a wonderful resource and an advocate for all of our communities here in Putnam County. and is ready at a moment's notice to meet with residents if they have any concerns or have a desire perhaps to organize a neighborhood watch or some type of specialized training that we can offer to residents, which could include anything from concealed weapons permits to safety programs for women or businesses, and or an opportunity for him to go into a business and do a safety assessment to identify potential areas of concern where they may have deficiencies in security, whether it be through the addition of surveillance cameras or a whole litany of things that we can cover with those individuals. Crime prevention programs, we talked about that just a little bit previously. Also, we employ a full-time public information officer who is responsible solely to me and to Colonel Wells to ensure that we are being completely transparent with all of our residents and to let everyone know exactly what's going on in your community and our county on a daily basis. Public service assistance. I'm sure you've all seen public service assistance to a number of services, not the least of which is the service of civil process, assistance with parades and special gatherings, and a whole host of other services that can be made available to the city as well. The Office of Professional Standards, which is incredibly important. The Office of Professional Standards is actually where our internal affairs unit is housed, and they're responsible for investigating complaints that are made against some of our deputy sheriffs. We have a full-time investigator in there, John Zager, who is Inspector General for the Sheriff's Office, and does an absolutely phenomenal job policing the police, so to speak, and making certain that we hold our own accountable. In addition to that, we have a full-time public record section who's responsible to our citizens and those who desire to take a little deeper dive into our operation, just to ensure that we're completely transparent and fulfill public records requests efficiently and timely. In addition to that, we also have a reserve deputy unit. This unit is comprised of part-time deputy sheriffs who actually come out and volunteer their time. You may have seen some of them in the past at the county fair on a limited basis at the Catfish Festival, and they are a force multiplier to augment our full-time deputy sheriffs on a part-time basis who have a desire to continue to serve their community. Something that's kind of innovative that we've done here that's never been done before is the addition of a natural resource unit, which is two deputy sheriffs whose sole responsibility is dealing with animal complaints, whether it be livestock or illegal dumping or anything as it relates to the natural resources of Putnam County. I covered a whole lot in just a very short period of time. Does anyone have any questions thus far about the presentation, or would like to dive a little deeper into any of these topics? Excellent.
Actually, I do have one question.
Certainly.
What is the expected duration of your presentation?
I would say probably 5 more slides, 5 to 7 more slides.
Okay, because we have to accommodate.
Please repeat this question.
Sure. I asked him the approximate duration of his presentation, just to give us an idea. Because we still have a lengthy agenda ahead of us, although what you're saying is, of course, very important.
My estimate is of probably 5 to 7 more slides. I can certainly just gloss over if you like, but
No, we do not want it to be glossed over.
That's not my desire as well,
Let's stay here till 2 in the morning, that's important,
but
this is very important.
I also want to be respectful of everyone's time.
Still need to know.
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly.
Go ahead and take that.
Certainly. Okay, so one of the other services that's available to all the residents in the county and will become available to the residents of Crescent City if it's the desire of the commission and the residents us to engage in some type of a partnership is our youth services unit. So this is comprised of essentially 4 different programs. Our youth resource unit, who is responsible for safety and security of all our students. Even though the high school lies outside of the jurisdictional confines of the city of Crescent City, we're cognizant of the fact it serves the majority, if not all, of the high school students in Crescent City. So we want that to be more inclusive and to be able to offer more wraparound service. That's accomplished through our juvenile crime prevention office, who hosts a number of programs for troubled or at-risk juveniles. One of the things that I'm most proud of is the success of our civil citation program, which actually allows juveniles who have committed minor offenses the opportunity to pay their debts to society through alternative means rather than incarceration, and avoids them having a criminal record whenever they reach adulthood. Something that I'm very proud of and that is very near and dear to my heart, is I've spent a significant portion of my career as a youth resource deputy. Through our juvenile crime prevention office, we also offer additional services that tie directly back into our civil citation program and these diversionary programs. One of which is a program that we call Creating Lasting Connections. And what's unique about this program is this is a scientifically and evidence-based program that provides a framework curriculum not only for the offending juvenile, but also for their parents, which I think is key as we talk about a more holistic approach to solving crime. Juvenile crimes is one of the bigger issues that we deal with, and is a constant source of frustration for us as we try and navigate the turbulent waters of the juvenile justice system. We've made great strides with our juvenile crime prevention office. One of the most unique things about it is some of these more troubled or at-risk youth, we have the ability to refer them directly to our police athletic league, which is geared towards building positive relationships. It's a faith-based program that is geared towards mentoring students through sports. And what's unique about it is through some of the most caring and compassionate individuals I have met in all of my life, we have the ability to form a bond with some of the more troubled youths. And I'm proud to tell you that we have numerous success stories of at-risk children who participate in these programs. And I'm very proud to tell you we have a number of them working for us at the Sheriff's Office now. So it's been tremendously successful. In addition to that, if I can direct your attention to the bottom there, that group of our law enforcement force. This is a partnership with the Scouts of America, and allows youth who are interested in law enforcement to get an insider's look at what we really do. They meet weekly and gives them an opportunity to really take a good hard look at what all is involved in becoming a law enforcement officer, gives them some hands-on experience, and uniquely gives them the opportunity to ride along on a periodic basis with some of our finely trained deputy sheriffs, so they can be truly on the side of a career in law enforcement is right for them. It's a very robust program that we offer, as are the rest of these, and certainly something that is my desire personally to offer residents of Crescent City as well. Any questions thus far? Okay, this goes into a little deeper dive into our investigations unit. Over on the left-hand side of the screen, if you look under the page where it says Major Crimes Unit, our Major Crimes Unit is comprised of our homicide investigators. Most of these need no expectation, but we can talk about them very briefly. Homicide, sex crime, other violent crimes, which could include child abuse and things of that nature. And they're also responsible for the oversight of all missing persons investigations in the county. As it stands right now, if there is, God forbid, some type of major occurrence in Crescent City, we have in the past assume those investigations for the city for some of the reasons that we discussed previously. But it's our belief that if we were to partner with Crescent City, that this would be a substantial benefit to the residents as we talk about more wraparound services and providing more inclusiveness, offering our victims advocates to those who have suffered some unfortunate tragedy or something like that. Additionally, just under that heading, you see our property crime unit, which is responsible for the investigation of any type of pawn, secondhand dealer crimes, providing false information to a pawnbroker, which is a felony, financial crimes and fraud, which is certainly a huge concern for all of us, especially as we move towards a period of time where we're doing a lot of shopping online and internet-based shopping. Unfortunately, a lot of our residents become victims. That's a resource that would then be available to the residents of Crescent City. We could then rely on these specially trained investigators to help them navigate through some of the complexities of dealing with banks and financial institutions, and to work as we work to make them whole. Additionally, burglary, robbery, and theft are three of our crimes that we track very heavily. We have a whole litany of detectives who are assigned to the East District, which would then be made available to the residents of Crescent City. In fact, there are a total of 6 detectives that are assigned solely to the East District and will then be made available to the residents of Crescent City. Over on the right-hand side, if I can direct your to the top of the screen, I want to talk very briefly about a new program that we recently started at the Sheriff's Office within the last year, which is our prolific offender unit. So we have a detective who is responsible to the Director of Law Enforcement, and his sole responsibility is to track and maintain a database of our most prolific offenders in Putnam County. So what does that mean? That means the absolute worst of the worst, the folks who are responsible for committing, I dare say, the bulk of our crimes that we're answering calls for service here in Putnam County. We've seen tremendous success with this program, and I'm very pleased to tell you that out of the approximately 200 prolific offenders that we're monitoring right now, almost half of them are residing in the county jail as we speak. Also, our criminal intelligence unit is someone who works, closely with our prolific offender unit. This is a trained analyst and detective who is responsible to analyze crime trends throughout the county and provide intelligence bulletins to our law enforcement staff to supplement their crime prevention and their investigative efforts. And coincidentally, that report that Colonel Wells gave just a few moments ago was actually a product that our crime analyst was able to get. I want to talk next very briefly about our drug and vice unit. This is a unit within the Sheriff's Office that falls under the purview of our Special Operations Commander that is responsible solely for the investigation of drug and vice type crimes. We primarily work undercover and are responsible for long-term investigation, dismantling, and prosecution of drug trafficking organizations. In addition to that, I think it covers it in a slide here in the future, but I'll talk about it very briefly. One of the things that we use to augment our drug and vice unit is also assigned to our Special Operations Bureau, and that's our street crimes unit. So that is these drug and vice detectives are the undercover guys that are walking around in the store with us that would never believe were law enforcement officers. The uniform side of that is our street crimes unit. That's a unit that goes out and directly patrols in areas where we have identified a particular trend and takes enforcement action. We've had great success deploying them in problem areas, and it's my desire to offer them as a resource to the residents of Crescent City to deal with some of the more troubling issues that cause concern for some of our residents down here. addition to that, our crime scene and evidence unit is responsible for not only the handling and transport of evidence to the lab, but also for the forensic collection of evidence on crime scenes. This is something that cannot be overlooked, and if not done properly, has the ability to severely curtail our ability to effectively prosecute crimes. If we're not diligent in the way that we collect and maintain evidence, it can be catastrophic to the successful prosecution of the case. We have a staff of highly trained crime scene technicians and also folks that work within our evidence unit that are fully trained. And again, just as another facet to accreditation, go through a series of trainings to make sure that we adhere to nationally recognized best practices and are always doing our best to stay in front of emerging trends in regards to, as it relates to crime scene and evidence collection. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about our Special Operations Bureau. Some of these I touched on very briefly. Our crime suppression unit and our free crimes unit, those two teams work kind of hand in hand to do the exact same type of directed patrols that I was talking to you about just a few moments ago. In addition to that, we have our SWAT team force. I think it needs no explanation about what it is and what they do. Those are the guys that, if we get in a really bad situation, in case of emergency, we break the glass and bring them out. As a complement to our SWAT team, we also have our crisis negotiation team, which is a team of dedicated professionals that's responsible to go out in the event that we have some type of a hostage or barricade subject, who will actually go out and diligently negotiate some type of a peaceful resolution. So we talked about our crime suppression unit, our free crimes unit. We also have a very robust canine program at the Sheriff's Office, and are fortunate enough to have a canine that is assigned to every shift. And in addition, have a bloodhound who works with us as well, who has had multiple successes. Some of you may have heard the story recently, as recent as last year, where Sergeant Emmett Merritt actually responded down to Volusia County at their request and was able to successfully find a 17-year-old young man who has some mental deficiencies after several days search by their agency. No slight against their sheriff's office down there, but I truly believe that they called us sooner and have brought back a whole lot sooner rather than waiting 48 hours or so before this young man was recovered. As a matter of fact, that's Sergeant Merritt and his two bloodhounds pictured in the photograph on the website. In addition to a bloodhound, we have a number of full-service dogs who are trained in criminal apprehension and also drug detection that will also be made available to Crescent City on an as-needed basis. If there was a problem out here, they would be available at a moment's notice to come down and work with the deputies that were assigned to Crescent City to do interdiction type work and to curtail drug activity if there were problems with that nature. In addition to that, we also maintain a Marine unit, a dive team, UAV, or as some people like to call it, drone unit, which also ties right back into our canine unit. We use our drone teams extensively whenever we have missing persons. We have the ability to use what's called clear or forward-looking infrared with those drones to be able to identify persons at night who are in distress. And we've actually had several successful recoveries of missing adults and juveniles using those UAVs. In addition to that, I've also heard some concerns from some residents that there's an issue with traffic enforcement here in the city, speeding vehicles, people operating recklessly, spinning donuts and, some of the parks and areas of business of the city. We have an enforcement unit that, would easily deploy down here to help address some of those issues and curtail that activity as well. And our RP is, probably one of the units of the sheriff's office that, is the least in effect, but certainly deserves a significant amount of respect. These are, deputies who serve in a number of different capacities of the sheriff's office who come together in the event that we unfortunately lose one of our own or to pay their respects to an agency member or a law enforcement member within Putnam County who has succumbed to injuries from some type of an unfortunate accident or dies of natural causes and serve as a law enforcement officer. Any questions thus far? Excellent. We're nearing. So this goes over just a little bit of some of the services that we offer to our deputies. I don't know a lot of that, the training and our deputies go through an extensive 14-week in service and advanced training program, getting ongoing on a recurrent basis. Something new that we're able to offer and have been for the last couple of years with the college group program. I place a high value on education, and I want all of our deputies to have the opportunity to further their education, build their professional portfolio and resume, and ultimately have the opportunity to make the events and find work that they outside of time that they need to be. We also offer a very competitive salary and benefit package. A step pay plan that we instituted a few years ago for the first time in the history of the sheriff's office. We have a section that is dedicated to maintenance of our vehicles and also our radio units. We also have full-time staff available to provide IT support we need. A full service and full-time with have a piece of equipment that malfunctions or fails, we have the ability real time to be able to replace the batch for them, rather than placing an order we talked about this very briefly earlier. The customer resource section is responsible for the recruitment and hiring employees. And is our office of professional standards, who is the internal affairs investigator that a few moments ago, who actually is responsible for performing background investigations. One thing that's unique to Putnam County in the event that one of our sheriffs actually needs legal advice or encounter the situation that is unfamiliar to them.
Do you work under the Board of Retirement System?
Yes, we do. We do participate in the Florida retirement system. I think it's probably worth mentioning that would be certainly a benefit to any of the justices in the police officers. I don't know. I apologize. I don't know what the employee contribution is for health insurance now, but I can tell you we offer a very competitive benefits package. And there's a very modest contribution to that. you there.
If you try to pay that stuff,
I'm sorry.
if you try to pay the new management, I'm sure all your officers have
Sure, so we actually have a full-time sergeant responsible solely for, the oversight of, not only on the manual things, but making sure that we're doing, our policy.
And now we have a leader that makes sure that all the lines are paid.
So, as we continue this discussion about the potential of partnering with Crescent, there's a few things that I think are key importance. To me, the residents of Crescent City, and also to you guys. My desire is the desire of the residents commission to form a partnership. We maintain the local responsibility that full-time members to provide access to residents who need it. And will also be that's location. So the opportunity for deputy sheriffs to stop in, all paperwork, needed very long. So, under this proposal, where residents function much like our welfare, just a few moments ago, about what's going on in Crescent City to be able to do a snapshot of what we're voting and what we're going to do with the rest of the yes, sir.
If we decide, come down the line a little bit, it's fine, we can share it. What about all the current?
Yes, sir. We can talk about that now. I actually have that in one of the future stuff, but I'm happy to address those concerns. The goal here is to provide the residents of Crescent City with additional services that have never been made available to them before. My personal goal is that, especially around Christmas time, we certainly don't want to displace any of the current Crescent City employees. I would encourage each of them, if this is out of the city, to partner with a sheriff's office. You want to put it up, and I give you my assurance that we will give them preference in the hiring process. And in addition to that, ensure that we do everything that we can to ensure that they're successful, adequate training, and that they are taken care of to the best of our ability. So all of those employees will be hired in for follow-up, and provided they meet the minimum standards and available or able to pass our background investigation, we will welcome them over there. Okay. So I just covered maintaining business hours, staffing the clerk and district commander, as well as the district commander making regular appearances to the commission meeting. Something that I think is very important, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think I can speak for the majority of the residents here and the commission. If we did decide to partner, I think that it's important that the city maintains their own admin. So in order to accomplish that, my desire is that we have some type of special function designating them as Crescent City. Again, I think that's one of the things that is sometimes lost whenever agencies consider partnering, is that small hometown identity that everyone desires. And this is certainly a way of making sure that we distinguish the deputies that are assigned to Crescent City, the partners here, and that will work and serve the residents. we get this program up and running, that those same deputies who are assigned to Crescent City will be consistently the same deputy sheriff who will be in the city on a regular. Moving right along. Here's what I estimate the residents of Crescent City and the city administration stands to lose by partnering with the sheriff. Stands to lose a significant liability. Certainly no slight against Crescent City, any of you, or the police department. But the fact of the matter is, because of the demands that are placed on law enforcement, the level of professionalism that is expected from law enforcement officers nationwide, small municipalities are ill-equipped to stand up and support their own police departments. That's a proven fact. In fact, Colonel Wells, if you would be so kind, I should have done it earlier. If you would be so kind, if you would be a copy of each of those booklets to the respective council members and members and staff. There's a study that was done on Michigan State University about some of the benefits and pros and cons, if you will, about partnering with law enforcement agencies to provide comprehensive law enforcement services. So there's a few documents that we'll talk about there in just a few moments. That is kind of a condensed version of PowerPoint presentation being off, and certainly a reference that you can go back to the future if you have questions or if there are any concerns. Feel free to have some notes in there. I'm happy to talk to you about them either one-on-one or in a subsequent meeting. Additionally, glasses and law enforcement, so we talked about that earlier. Certainly about it's staring us in the face that there are significant losses in coverage with the sheriff's office. But on an as-needed basis, during those absences, there's not continual presence. I think that's something that's a paramount to the residents of Crescent City, that you have continual law enforcement present in Crescent City 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If I live in Crescent City, I would expect nothing less.
Okay, the sheriff, did you say, you talking about one officer or? Now, we have one officer.
Sure.
Hey,
It'd be very dangerous. You're absolutely right, Mr. Banks. The current proposal that we have submitted, and certainly there is room for adjustment in that contract, is for us to have 5 deputy sheriffs that are assigned solely to Crescent City for the primary coverage 24 hours a day, and an additional 5th who floats or rows, for lack of a better term, to provide coverage during those hours. And augment the other deputies that are assigned to the.
Let me clarify, only just for clarification purposes, we said 4 24 hours. All 4 will not be on duty 24 hours.
That's correct. They would rotate in services. Well, that would also give you access to guarantee from me personally. And will be enumerated in the contract that if one of those deputy sheriffs calls out, we will ensure that there is coverage in the city, regardless of the circumstances. Okay, so if we go back to the conversation we're talking about, what we stand to lose. Obviously, the disabling lack of resources is a customer investigation. We talked about that in significant detail. But it really, to me, it's probably, if I was a resident, that would be one of the more appealing aspects of this contract, that you would now have detectives, investigators, victim advocates, and the whole host of another service that we can cover previously. That will have this after disposal on our disposal of the residents. We also stand to lose an absence of accountability and effective time control. Someone else spoke briefly on a time control strategy that we recently adopted, which I think is pretty. In addition to the hard work of our fine deputy sheriffs, I think this time control strategy is a significant reduction in time that we've had witnessed over the last few years. It's been staggering. I look forward to even more reduction. We also stand to lose the lack of effective time control prevention and continue to engage. We talked about this a few moments ago. We also stand to insufficient training of officers. We have to navigate the further waters of today's complex criminal justice environment. Regularly, our staff attorneys about legal bulletins that covers changes in case law and trends in law enforcement, and also have a very robust training session. He's responsible for putting together a comprehensive training program that is administered throughout the year. We also stand to lose the absence of comprehensive system services. But unfortunately, and again, I can't say this enough. The absence of comprehensive system services. So, all up from our we reach out to some of our most vulnerable. And unfortunately, we also stand to lose the consequences of ineffective or inadequate law enforcement leadership. That has unfortunately plagued the city for some time now. So, what does it cost? As you're aware, the budget for Crescent right now is roughly $700,000. And without getting too far down in the weeds, you'll see that some of that budget is comprised of grants, code enforcement operations, utilities, building maintenance, and telephone management. So what we've done, just to break it down into simple terms that everyone can understand, is over on the left is the current Crescent CPE budget. On the right-hand side is the cost of the proposed contract. And you'll see there have been several items that have been backed out there. Obviously, the grants, code enforcement, and everything that's on the right-hand side. So our proposed contract will provide 5 deputies for the city limits, a clerk for the field officers, but wait, there's more. You will also get access to a field supervisor who holds the right to be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, without question. A mid-level supervisor at rank of lieutenant. Executive leadership, who is that district commander as we talked about, who deals with all the city meetings, and executive leadership. Our director of law enforcement, Colonel Wells, and myself will be at the disposal. Concern that was not resolved at that level. Resolve any problem that you also get enhanced citizen service to your residents, enhanced victim service for those who are unfortunate victims of crime, and enhanced officer support in the form of all of those other benefits that we talked about. Initially, this was result in the first year, a savings of almost $26,000. But you can see there's also a lot of value in that as a whole, with all of those comprehensive throughout the long haul service that at this time are afforded to the residents of Crescent. So, it doesn't matter. I can continue to year one, those savings we talked about, it cost $27,000. In year two, that savings goes up significantly. In fact, it more than doubles because of some of the startup costs that are built into year one. And we anticipate the same savings in year two as well. Yes, sir.
If you get a copy.
Yes, sir. It's actually in it's in the book. Yes, sir. Yeah, you have all that to review your leisure, and if you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, and we'll be happy to go over all that information with you in as much detail as you like. Okay. Yes, sir. I want to share something else with you that we haven't discussed and isn't in this presentation now. We talked about our ability to hire your officers. There's a cost associated with that. And I can tell you that the cost is associated with putting them through our very robust, comprehensive, and nationally recognized field training program. And it's about $70,000 per officer. So that's an additional savings the city will realize. It's not even built into the contract. You'll never see, you'll never have to spend that financial capital. It's hard for me to put a dollar figure on it, but when you talk about all the additional services that we're willing to offer as a city incorporated in, I dare say that we would be $400,000 over the amount that you currently have allocated to the police department, if not double, to offer those services. And we're happy to do that for you, or you, but it's hard to believe that. Based on a total volume analysis study, that we have the means and the ability to be able to offer that to you as a service ancillary to the contract, and we're happy to do that. Any questions here? All right. So, in summary, we've talked about a lot of information here tonight, and before I go on further, I want to ask if you have any questions or concerns that can help maybe clear up. Commissioner.
So, thank you, Jeff George. I've been looking forward to hearing this presentation since 2013 election, when Mayor Santa apparently talked to the Ohio Sheriff, but the information never got shared. One thing I want to know is, obviously, that what you've given us is the dollar figures of cost, but obviously there would have to be a detailed contract. Correct? Two things I would like to see. I understand that you folks have the copy of the prior proposal from way back.
Yes.
I would like to see that, and then at some point, not tonight, I would like to see a copy of the contract that the sheriff's office has with the school district in Putnam. You mentioned that that seems to go very well. And then what timetable, how long do you think this process would take to actually say that we wish to negotiate a contract? And of course, it has to make financial sense for the city because, can y'all hear me? Okay, it has to make financial sense for the city because actually we cannot pay anymore. We have to make very sure that we are not overcommitting ourselves because city employees will not have the ability to do much more, as you well know. But anyway, what do you foresee would be the timetable if we entered into this process?
So that's a bit of a moving target, and it really just depends on if this is something the city desires to do. But, you know, just hypothetically, I know there are a number of public meetings that need to take place prior to that. But in a perfect world, if we were in a position where we had gone through that and the commission had decided to partner with the sheriff's office, we could put this right now. We have the resources to bring to bear to be able to provide these services. Yeah.
But that's where my question was a little bit different, because you've already been through this negotiation process with the school district, for example. I'm saying, how long would you foresee, ballpark, it would not hold you to it, that the process of arriving at a contract would take?
That would really depend on how quickly the commission wants to do it, and how much time Mr. Adler is able to dedicate to the writing of the contract. But that would be a question that probably be best answered perhaps a look at the city charter as it relates to public notice and the meetings that have taken previously, and then perhaps Mr. Adler would be able to expound on the
Want to ask David contact?
No, not at all. And I don't think there's really anything in particular in our charter that speaks to it. We have the right to establish and disestablish departments as we see fit. I mean, obviously, we have to look at that very simple. I'm not aware of anything in there that would put any extraordinary restriction on our ability to do that.
But I think possibly the sheriff is alluding to the requirement of our charter, doing by ordinance, which requires two.
yes, maybe my apologies, maybe I should have been a little more clear about that.
Oh, Commissioner Banks?
If you, on the financial department, you have to make it. So we'll be able to, just going into the deal of, hopefully, make it better in the future.
Right, and just one comment, I know, Commissioner Banks asked about our current employees, which is very important. As well, we have the city of Crescent City has pension plan, the police pension plan, we would need to check how that's funded, how that would need to continue to be funded. Et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, Commissioner, you may have stepped out there in the presentation, but we actually participate in the early retirement system, which is a much more robust retirement system.
I know, I'm aware of that, so saying that we would have to negotiate the logistics of how we fund, I don't know. We would be switching from people who are invested here, or currently being paid from our pension system, and that's just something that.
I think those are some should be going to. And I think those are some details that we have to be worked out, like, you know,
I'm not asking for a budget,
So
I'm not asking for an answer, I'm just raising that as
Sure.
something.
Well, I can
to
tell you that the retirement contributions on behalf of the employees to the Florida retirement system are built into the contract document. In addition to that, something that brings up another point, something that I forgot to mention, but to circle back around and talk about one of the questions that you posed just moments ago about the city's inability to bear any additional costs as it relates to the contract. Right now, the city primarily, in my understanding, relies on grants to purchase these vehicles. see as a significant benefit to the city is the fact that built into this contract and amortized into the cost is the replacement periodically on an as-needed basis of vehicles, laptops, tasers, and all the equipment that deputy sheriffs are assigned that have a finite period of life. Once they reach the end of their life cycle, this contract actually allows for us to replace those items without any additional financial need. We no longer have to rely on grants or alternative sources of funding to purchase those items. And with regard to the documents that the work contract and also the proposal from several years ago, we're happy to provide those to you. The only caveat is certainly things have obviously changed significantly since then, so I would ask you to
So I'm looking more for the verbal response.
Sure.
Thank you. The police officers are contributing 6% of their salary now. And the city will have to figure out, because we're responsible for the, treatment plan itself, subsidizing it, and so, and we have 4 people that's drawing, pension right now. So we would have to see what we'd have to do about closing it out and, and subsidizing those people too, because the city's responsible for it for the rest of their life. And unless we do something else with the plan.
Sure, no, I understand that.
That was my question.
Sure.
I'm not.
I'm pretty sure that. I'm pretty sure that to go into something, we will have to ask them a lot of more discussion. This gives more meeting, first discussion tonight. Tonight is more or less than our citizens, community,
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly. That's this, in my opinion, is nothing more than a preliminary conversation starter about some options that are available to the city, if you will. By my estimation, the Crescent, or the city of Crescent City is at cost values. And you're in an unfortunate position where you have to make perhaps a difficult but bold decision about what is truly best for the residents of Crescent City and the city long term. You're faced with an unfortunate set of circumstances where you have a police department that, again, no fault of their own, is unable to provide comprehensive coverage around the clock, unable to provide full service law enforcement services, and is unfortunately succumbed to a period of time where there are additional demands that are placed on law enforcement agencies. The city does have the resources to bring to bear to continue. So, by my estimation, you have really 3 options. You can continue to be police department in the state that it's in now. We've all seen some evidence of where that's gotten, where it could potentially take us. You could potentially find an alternative means of revenue and throw perhaps $300,000 or $400,000 or more at it, and you may still be in the same predicament that you're in now. Or you could choose to partner with the sheriff's office to provide those comprehensive services that we just talked about, to the betterment of not only the commission, the city, but also the
I've been involved with this whole department for about 34 years. And ever since I've been involved with it, it's always been a problem. Understaffed, we didn't have the right revenue coming in to finance it. And we couldn't hardly get nobody to come in because there was no line for that. You wanna come to the end of the job. We got the chief started. That's it. And it's always been like that. We never had, and we always, we tried to switch over one time before, and we start talking about adding a different source of revenue to keep the money out of the tax. Well, that went out the window. But I can assure you, we live in a new time, and we got to make a change. It's good. It's so much. We're not living way back none. We living out now. You got more crime than you had back then. You could leave your lawnmower out in the yard. 20 years ago, when nobody bothered with it, but do it now. So many things is going to change. And our police department will change. You can't have to keep over it. Cause number one, you're not able to come up with a better price. Like some other agencies that are around it. And we raise it. It's believed. Sheriff Department and the other agencies around us, they're moving. So we're playing catch up. So personally, it's our citizens, you know, I know the citizens have to think, but we really need to look at it that way, not a negative way. And I think what the sheriff is really representing to us is really the better for the citizens in this point. Now, some might not think so. But to me, you can lay down the sleep. Not saying all police departments that we have now wasn't on the code. What we got is better. And we don't have the revenue to get there.
I'm sure some people will be very comprehensive training that we're doing every day. I'm concerned not for making mistakes or staying away from you. Look at all the services you have given us with this contract. We can't even begin to have all of that for our citizens. I'm very, very pleased with that. We've come to the very attractive partnership as far as I'm concerned.
I'm gonna put you on the spot because I'm walk us through, just so everybody can get a general understanding currently, because right now you're doing all of our dispatching, correct?
That's correct.
So, and also, if we have not a 911 call, but we just have a general, there's a lot of noise, we need somebody to do something, that also is going directly to your office to dispatch.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and so when you get that phone call, can you walk us through what our current scenario is? So let's just say that it's a 911 call, okay, that has come in to dispatch. What is our current, what do you currently do with that? That goes where? It goes directly to?
Yes, that's actually one of the things that's very unique about the way the Putnam County operates. We have a combined or comprehensive communications staff. Unlike some other areas around the state and some of the larger municipalities around us, we have what I like to call one-stop shopping for public safety. So if you call 911 or a non-emergency number and you need a fire truck, an ambulance, a police officer that can respond, Or if you suspect there's a gas leak or a gas main, we handle all of that. We dispatch for fire rescue units, every municipal police agency in the county. Pardon me, I already said that, the sheriff's office, and we're also a central call taking center for other public works, for example. We'll handle all of that, that will call us to them. So once we receive a call, unlike in other areas, it's immediately routed to the appropriate dispatcher who gives them that call out. Unlike in some other areas, take Clay County, for example, they have separate dispatch centers for fire rescue, law enforcement, and some of the municipal police department. So depending on where you are in the county, you may call into the 911 center, and then they have to transfer you to another call center somewhere. While that dispatcher stays on the line with you, there are seconds, if not minutes, that are lost in that response time. Whereas here we have the ability to immediately triage that call and send it to the appropriate institutions who've been dispatched rather than that additional period of time to drop the phone call around and shift people where they need to go.
So right now, though, if you get that 911 call, you would send it directly to one of our police officers.
That's correct.
Correct? What happens if that police officer cannot respond at that time, or that police officer is tied up? What happens to that? What happens to that call? Who responds to it at that point? Because oftentimes at night, we all know we're only helping one person helping.
It really depends on, the type of officer. If it's within the jurisdictional confines of the Crescent City and from, for the purposes of this conversation, we will assume that it is. Let's say it's a noise complaint. Let's say your officer is, something like that. That whole let's just assume we got the, or headed to the jail. Someone who just arrested for shoplifting at the North Candy Road. The reason we anticipate that call may hold for excess of an hour, given the drive time, the time it takes for someone to look into the jail, and then for to drive back down and answer that call for service. Under the contract proposal, if that deputy sheriff happens to be outside of the city, for whatever the reason is, we would then have the ability to dispatch one of our before that other deputy.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Okay. I think the scenario is that, we have a false sense of security oftentimes because we feel like we do have coverage. And so if I call 911, because we have our own police department, a lot of us feel like somebody's going to be there immediately. When in fact, that one officer is possibly tied up on another emergency, and then we have to wait on, we're expected to wait on backup. And that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that if you wait on backup, and you've got somebody in your home possibly, how long could that time frame be?
So Colonel Wells actually, we're about to opportunity to address that.
Okay.
I was gonna go a little bit different direction.
Okay.
So we're not gonna let, even under the current circumstances, allow citizens in Crescent City to wait for their officer to return from the jail. We'll dispatch that sheriff to the in-progress call.
Yeah, we will refer you out, I will refer you to fairly benign, like the noise complaint, something like that. If there is an in-progress call, we have a burglary in progress or, or something like that, regardless of the circumstances, we're going to send
I think that's what our responsibility is, to make sure that we can assure the citizens that if they call 911, they're going to have somebody respond.
You know, just where I wanted to ask you to give you this minute to take it a step further. So let's assume that let's just say a burglary to your residence. So, and in the perfect scenario, the Crescent City also answers that call. So let's keep going. Where does that go from here? So they do their due diligence on the scene. They do what they can to try to solve that call. And if they can, great. If not, that call goes nowhere. What would then happen on the other side of it with the sheriff's office on the contract is that immediately within the next business day, that unsolved crime is assigned to a detective who is overseen by a lieutenant of his unit and a captain of the bureau. And that detective and there's just standards that are kept accountable at the time all the way through the process until either it's solved or absolutely every foreseeable lead is exhausted. And the detectives are held accountable up the chain to that entire follow-up. And in addition to that, evidence kicks in with their processing, their forensic analysis, their ensuring that it gets to the lab, victims advocates attached, and all of that type of stuff. So again, like the sheriff said, you know, I respect very much all the effort that the custody office put in. It's just the city decided because the city cannot possibly have that type of robust follow-up investigation. And sometimes they go on for months and months and months on unsolved residential burglaries. So I just wanted to take you all the way through that call. And if it never goes anywhere at that point and it's not part of the pattern, then you have to go into where it fits, it's not closed, but it fits because it needs to come out.
And currently, as we say that there is a violent crime occurring, and we have one officer on duty, and how that is a very unsafe situation when you put that officer in and he cannot step in there alone. So you would ensure that there was always a backup immediately.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, that backup, where is it?
Well, it depends.
That's all here.
Absolutely. So, under this before, we have, proposed is for, deputy sheriff to be assigned to the city. We know that the majority of our counties are call individuals. So, proposal is to use that fifth person as a floater or a rover, if you will, who would be assigned to that call county and would be able to supplement the efforts of that.
He's sort of very,
Yes.
my question is, where's the road?
In Crescent City.
And
All five of them.
so during each time, you have to die on duty and a road.
That's right.
And the city.
That's right.
And that's a concern that's been brought up, that, you know, to wait on the department, it can take 20 or 30 minutes. You know, and so I know but that's because you're not, you know, our immediate response right now because we have our own police department. And so, you know, Commissioner Banks, do you have something to say?
That was one question.
Okay.
Not, probably, but we still be hoping to have one person from the town. It's one county, but, the sheriff has, we have somebody wrong. The plus, we probably have a sergeant, wrong home.
That's correct.
That is not one thing.
Okay.
The benefit too, I see, is that we would have, the sheriff's office would now have a South substation. Well, right now, you currently don't have
Yes.
one this side of the bridge.
Has always been the desire.
And so you would have people, you would have deputies working in and out of that constantly. There would be constant
Yeah.
activity there and a presence.
Yes, even deputy sheriffs who might not technically be assigned custody, we would afford them access to that facility. So you would see even an increased presence here in the city.
Okay. You don't have any questions right now?
Okay. I thank you for your time, your attentiveness, and your navigating through some of the technical difficulties we were facing.
Thank you, Sheriff. We so appreciate it. You will be here
Yes, I'll be
available
here.
as
I'll
we
be
take
here
public
for the
comment.
duration of the meeting.
Okay.
If there are any questions that you'd like to be answered in public comment, and all for you around afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. And your staff also, thank you for helping us out right now.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item of business is going to be public comment. We've asked that everyone try to limit it to 2 minutes. We did put lights. We have, against House Lane, we have lights there that you can use to light after you've spoken, if you would please, as a courtesy. We do have two write-ins that have got to be read. One of the residents is here. Would he like to?
I didn't bring my glasses either. Thank you.
Why don't we, no. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. And Deb, would you read?
The first is from Scott King, and it reads, "My name is Scott King, and I reside at 721 Lemon Avenue, Crescent City, Florida. Our citizens have more than once made it clear that we do not want to disband our police department. Although it has been difficult to retain a chief, that is no reason to disband the police department. The issue with keeping a chief has been twofold. First, we hire outside the area and hire someone who has no consequence for walking out on us. It won't be a black mark next to their name, as they aren't going to be in the work any longer. We need to stop hiring law enforcement officers as chief who are looking for their last gig, an easy semi-retired position. The second issue, and this spans many commissions and mayors, is that we micromanage the department. Commissioners and mayors have pushed away good chiefs. Looking back, the only chiefs that stayed long-term are local. I respect the Putnam County Sheriff's Department. They do a tough job with little resources. They cannot give us the same level of coverage that our own department can. Remember, once we disband the department, it was millions to recreate it. We would need to purchase cars, guns, uniforms, office space, etc. Cars alone would cost around $300,000. We would need to train a total new staff and be accredited all over again. If the sheriff's proposal seems cheaper than what the department costs now, the question would be for how long? After the initial contract period, we would be at the mercy of whatever sheriff is in office at that time. Having no other recourse, he could charge us whatever he wants. Again, once we disband the department, our hands are tied. Ask Pearson and Pomona Park. Remember, a police chief we have access to all the time. He reports to us every month at the commission meeting. He sits at a desk on Summit Street, right in the middle of town. That concludes the email from Scott King. We have a second email from Ashley Shepherd. It reads, "Dear Commissioners, Mayor, City Manager, and City Attorney. 2020 is us that we are most decidedly living in the digital age, and I believe it is time for the City of Crescent City to fully accept this and do its utmost to utilize social media technology and the web to its full capacity. One of the silver linings from 2020 and COVID has been the ability for the general public to tune in to the monthly commission meetings without having to struggle to attend in person. Many who live here work elsewhere and are traveling home in this time period, or they are parents that are running the relay from school to dinner to bath and bed. The convenience of being able to attend the meetings on Zoom and YouTube has opened doors for many working families to feel as though they are involved and informed residents instead of deafly and blindly living here. As a mom and business owner, it has always been a personal struggle to make meetings, no matter how involved I wish to be in a civic sense. A choice had to be made. Now, the advent of Zoom meetings and YouTube, I have been able to stay informed and get dinner on the table. I have never felt more connected or informed about the goings on in my community than I have this past year watching the meeting. Over the years, the way people receive communications about the town has changed. For a time, there was a radio station that aired the meeting and residents could tune in to listen. At other times, the newspaper would cover the meeting. It is time for the city to utilize all avenues available to keep their residents informed and involved. I would like to request that future commission meetings be live streamed and recorded for future viewing by the general public. A further request would be to see more involvement on social media, whether through a joint effort between the commission, mayor, and city manager, or through an appointed public relations position. I think that having an official mouthpiece for the city might help us assuage the misunderstandings that occur when only partial information is shared and gossip abounds. I hope that everyone has a very Merry December. Sincerely, Ashley Sheffy. That concludes our public comment.
Thank you, Deb.
You're
Lee, if you want to come to the podium. In the meantime, Michael, can I ask you a question? Is our enforcement, is our police office, is it accredited?
Excuse me?
Is it accredited now?
No, no.
Okay, thank you. Lee, if you state your name and address, please. Hi, I'm Lee Anders. I'm at 287 Huntington Court, that Crescent City Forum. This is amazing. And my comment is there is no doubt in my mind that there is no Asian sheriff. There's no doubt that he knows how to run his department. He knows how to do his job. My concern as a Crescent City resident is our leadership. The fact that I don't feel like any of you have any real choice in what happened here because it's under Michael to make the decisions for our city. I'm concerned that our sheriff left and retired prior to an internal affairs investigation, which would have opened up the fact that he put his hands on one of our officers, hurting our officer, and he was able to retire with no incidents on his record. I feel it's suspicious that now there's an internal affairs investigation against our officers. I mean, directly afterwards, wait a second, we have a speaker, please. Directly afterwards, that was very suspicious to me. I know that Michael and his friendship for 20 years, but speaking out under the rug and not being transparent. And then leading to this, it just seems like retaliation to me. I've seen the commission vote on something before wholeheartedly, and Michael has been to shoot it down. So I see a lack of leadership in our town. I've seen Michael, disappoint a lot of kids, so I think the money that was promised from our commission, like, because I like the kids, that money could have went to our police officers. Somewhere money's been set, and he's our city manager. Why aren't we taking care of our police officers? And why would that one of our own be put on the job and say nothing of it and then allow an internal affairs investigation? When we know, in fact, that's true. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. I feel like I'm an episode of Big Brother. It's like, who has a lot of these issues? Is it the mayor of Lisa? Is it the mayor of the city manager? It really is this structure that we're doing right now is really pathetic. Sam Putnam, which is a term that our city manager likes to use. You can work for me, and he works for you. And that's not been what's demonstrated recently. It's the tail wagging the dog here. And I agree with Lee. There's something wrong with the commission. They can't stand up and run the city like they're supposed to. I would say, if you can't do it, step down and let someone who's willing to do it do it. The sheriff's office didn't after Commonwealth. You tell me, Mayor, well, you would do it. Judy, Lisa, what was the result of that audit? Do you know? Were you given those results?
No.
If there was a problem, don't you think that the sheriff's department would have told you that there was a problem with our officers and their accreditation and their training? Don't you think you would have been made aware of that by the city manager? Sheriff, can you tell us why? After that audit, nothing was mentioned about our officers lacking in training?
Certainly, I'll be happy to address that. So the audit that you're speaking of actually has nothing to do with the audit has to do with an audit of the evidence where we actually uncovered deficiencies in the processing of evidence, how it was stored, and a whole litany of other issues with regard to the evidence specifically for the department. It had nothing to do with any of the personnel or any of the matters.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I have a question for you. I just got someone who's currently listening has a request for, can they leave the mic closer because people who are listening currently still can't hear, which makes me worry. Is the sound actually recording? I don't know that. But that was just interfering.
Okay, thanks. And for those who think that I have a vendetta in the sheriff's department, I don't. I have heard lately that you said that I have blind loyalty to Chad. Loyalty, yes, blind, he's proven himself repeatedly as a police officer and has definitely supported our city anytime something goes wrong. And you've got video of the crime, ask Chad. The young man who was just arrested just turned 18 on the 27th of November. And all the warrants that were out for him were Crescent City warrants. So, I think that this department has proven itself. We've had some really crap chiefs, and I think that we could resolve that by promoting from within or hiring related Crescent City. The meeting that Lisa was talking about, for those of you who have attended every Crescent City Commission meeting for the past 10 years, as I have, know that I was the very first one, and the only one to step up and say, we want to hear the proposals from the sheriff's department. And it was shut down because the Crescent City president, led by our Commissioner Walter Schultz, said, well, I guess we've heard what the schools want. I'd like to know what has changed since that time. And as Lisa pointed out, have we gotten that special that you asked for, Lisa? You asked for a special meeting to be called so that we could discuss the police chief. Have you received that? No. Okay. I would suggest, like Lisa said, that after this meeting, we schedule a special meeting so that the citizens can give their input. Okay, Diane, I don't want to cut you off, but I'm sure we've got a lot of other things. And we did limit it to 2 minutes, and right now I stopped it when the sheriff spoke, and we're only at 4 minutes. So. Okay, so I'm sure that everyone else who speaks is going to echo my concern. Thank you so much, initially. Lisa, stand up. Thank you. Speaker?
No, it's not my question.
Yes, ma'am.
To be fair to everyone, should be limited to the 2 minutes, and as well, usually during public comment, people don't ask questions, and, engage in a debate, they ask questions, it's really horrible, because, if we have 30 people to speak, at 2 minutes each, that's out.
Thank you for your comment. We have another speaker, please? Hi, I'm Barbara Scholl, and I live at 104 Beecher Point Drive in Molasses. I do own several residences, not mine. I own several homes in Crescent City. First of all, I think we have a fantastic sheriff's department. And I'm actually friends with several of the deputies. And I think that the program that he presented is great. I think he told us all the things he did. However, he made me feel like Crescent City is an island And if we did not partner, then we could not use any of those things that we have. And I don't think that's right. I think that any time that we reach out, that you are going to help us. And we may not have the exact executive person, but whatever we need, you're going to come and help us. We're not an island. Just because we have our own police department, we can't utilize some of the things, some of the expertise they have, some of the resources they have. I also think, and there's a lot of this one, that one of my favorite expressions is a new broom sweeps this. So I'm sure they've been right here since we meet them, Johnny on the spot, but that's that new broom. I'm not sure how it's going to sweep 6 months from now. I know that at one time you had a substation, and I don't know that you had the same contract that you're going to do with us, because I hope that it's a contract that is binding, that our city attorney will make it binding. But at one time, you had a substation that was another part. You didn't, but the sheriff's department did. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know why it went away. Okay, the building was condemned, so there was no other building in the park that you could use. I mean, they wanted a substation, I think, at that time.
We had an office there where we saw that. I think the county decided to purchase that. But the fire department actually more than funded.
Okay, but you never, because that was so long ago, and I wasn't, we don't know what that contract involved. When they did away with the police department, it was my understanding way back then, we lived in Putnam at the time, that you were gonna have a substation.
No, there was never a contract.
Oh, I'm sorry. And what happened to the substation in Putnam, you're saying that building is condemned?
We lost that. That was actually right on the field of the unfortunate incident Martin was coming. So we actually looked at some space in Crescent, totally office on school campuses. The closest we could get there, unfortunately, was the county peers. So because we didn't have a youth resource deputy assigned to county peers, and we were all in the middle of it, we chose to use the substation.
Okay, I am correct. Again, yes, when I lived in Crescent City, felt like I could always call and say, I hear noise, or there's too much noise, or whatever, and I got excellent response. I don't get to vote. I'm glad I'm not a citizen, but if I were voting, I would vote to want to. Thank you very much. Next speaker. Hi, I'm on the Health Lane. I disagree with you. I think the competition and we use data in history. I think the more presence we have, look at the trees out there, full grass. If we brought the dogs, don't you think the dogs would make them scatter? I mean, I can't even walk my dog without almost getting contact. Because people just ride around, smoking. You can go back to the trees and buy anything. I mean, there ain't nothing you can do in this town. Because the police here, they either went to school with them, they know everybody. When a car was broken into, when I called them and asked for some notice, it was who it was. And I said, it would like to ask you what you, just by the car. Oh, no, it couldn't be him. He wasn't still with me. That was long before the breaking stuff. That's all I got to say. I think we need to. Thank you very much. Erin? This is a 230 Pine Street. I agree with Dawn. We live on the drug route. Long Station, Old 17 Pine Street. There are drugs coming in. We have cars lining up
They come from Altamont Springs and they say, this is the place to hide your head. So obviously, if our police department could handle it, they would have. We need help. They are dealing on Oak Street. They're dealing on Chestnut. There's drop-off points. I've spoken to people on the corner of Orange and Pine every morning. The man has told his wife, do not call the police. I mean, we should not. If they could have done something, they would have. I'm not saying they don't want to, but they obviously don't have what they need to do the job. So I have seen in the past few days, and even standing out in the cold for the last hour and a half, I've seen more action than I've seen from the police for the past 2.5 years while I'm water and taking care of the flowers in front. So all I know is we have a serious problem. If somebody circles my street and yells, I need 5 more. When they're lining up for their drugs in front of my house. This is not acceptable. And if you can help us, we would love to have you back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. First of all, there's so much problem right now with people trusting government, trusting politicians. I think one of the sad things about the thing is, it was very poorly planned. I really respect that we have new people, and these ideas are good. One, I'm a retired firefighter in the community of firefighting. It's mortifying to me that something as important as this, in a time when we have COVID, 42 people out there and 20 people in here. None of the technology is available to people out there, so nobody could hear what we're talking about. So there needs to be a motion to have this released in the school auditorium or someplace that people can get the full idea of but it's just, it's to bring community along, you want to build bridges. When people think they're locked out, they mistalk, they gossip, that's the first thing. The little bit I heard, because I just think about it, and this conference on the meeting, I heard this is supposed to be a partnership. A partnership is not a takeover. The partnership is, these security officers that we have, they're part of the community. Maybe after everybody has all this discussion, there's merging of the two, that would be a partnership. But to have people who are trained, know the community, and are part of the community, I don't know, they have to be all or nothing. Maybe there's a middle ground contractual obligation for people. I'm just saying, but I think there's got to be a lot more conversation in that. So and then we'll motion to, and then we'll again. Thank you. Next speaker.
If I may, and this is fulfill an obligation that I made to you outside. I'm Captain Hansel Woods, and I'll be the district. I am the district manager of this district, and if anything in this form came to fruition, I will be the district manager to discuss tonight. The person that is in essence becomes the backup chief and the whole officer and come to the meeting but we're saying, if I want to show you on my word, is I told you that I would relay the request to the mayor. I did not have the opportunity to do that now, because the meeting was already back in full session, and I didn't have the opportunity to speak. But since you didn't actually tell yourself what the request was, which I thought was a really good idea, is that the larger venue that it is held again could potentially be at the school, at the middle school. And that way, if it was social distancing, and more people could have been in the venue. I'm sorry to step up here like this, but I want you to know that.
And we discussed that, and of course, you know, we all are trying to work through this. We're all trying to work together. We're all trying to protect everybody. This is an issue that has come to surface. But this is an issue that cannot be decided entirely at night. It's going to take several other meetings. And so we will have a discussion, and so we will set up that the next 2 meetings at least will definitely be at the middle school. So we'll work out those logistics and make sure that we have ample space for everyone. Unfortunately, those of you that live in Crescent City, those of you that have been coming to these meetings, those of you that have done any business with the city will find that, bless their hearts, I mean, I'm sorry, but I have to apologize because I have been working on the other side and coming on this side and seeing the resources that they don't have, that they're trying to function with. You know, we have to be kind, we have to be patient. They are truly doing the very best, I believe, that they can do, given the resources that they have. I mean, just going into my computer in there, and Deb will tell you, I'm about to drive her crazy because I'm doing this the whole time because my computer, it takes that long to load. That was an example here with the sheriff, you know, with him trying to do a PowerPoint. So, you know, I apologize right out of the box. This is definitely not something that I wanted to be faced with, but it's something that had to be done. And here forward, it will definitely, this discussion will continue, and it will continue at a larger bit. You have my assurance. You come to you, please, so we can hear you.
In that partnership, the best way, because we've lost our way so much from the old days of community policing and dealing with the psychiatric issues, the drug issues, all of it has to be more outreach. And I guess in the community trusting to unite with a new partnership, you want to know that you're going to have people that know each other. And so to me, it seems like a hybrid situation might be a better way. I don't know, but at least where it was about the having people that have been in the community being assured. And it seems like it would be most logical to have people who have been policing here be potentially better trained, yet we're contracted to training or part of the same team, but that partnership still has them out in our community, and that we do have programs for people in our out. So that's, you know, really it's more about understanding other, because there's just too many walls instead of bridges anymore.
And we're trying, and I think that's one effort that we're all trying to make, is that we're trying to be as transparent as we possibly can be and to communicate with everyone, because this is for the city. This truly is for the citizens in the city. Yes.
Yeah. I think the process is well is going through this. You mentioned about the cars, and you mentioned about the personnel that we have in place now. They were willing to stay on with the step off. They will have to go through the, you know, training, certification. And that's no more than right. That's no more than right. Get certified, or not certified, whatever necessary. To bring them up to par. You were willing to, I did. And they were willing to remain down here in zone, I call it zone 1. In Crescent City. So, you know, he gave us 2 words on it. I'm pretty sure there's more at that spot. That's what it says.
And when we talk about, I think when we talk about a partnership, oftentimes communities they just turn it over to the sheriff's department. And that question has been asked of Sheriff Alert, is that, that's not what I think anybody here is looking to do, because they are the sheriff for Putnam County. There are services they offer all the residents of Putnam County. But when we're talking about a partnership, we are increasing that coverage that they would offer us as just general coverage. So I just want to make sure that everybody has clear understanding that partnership means that they're going to come into the city and they are really going to be our police department, but they're also providing us with the backup resources that we can offer. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Asbury, will you walk us through, as going forward with our charter, we would have to do, my understanding is there would have to be an ordinance to proceed. If you walk us through that, please.
Depending on what the commission decides. And it was unfortunate that some people were outside tonight. But the commission is not in a position to make any decisions on this tonight. This is not something that you do tonight. This is supposed to be an information. However, if and when the city decides to take an action, depending on what that action is, to create a new department, or eliminate an old department, or modify and amend an existing department by our charter, it must be by ordinance. And an ordinance must be heard at 2 separate hearings, and the final hearing must be advertised in a local newspaper of general circulation at least 10 days prior to that hearing. So, summary, if the commission wishes to consider action in the future, we would need to have an ordinance prepared for first reading, and if desired, and I would recommend, and I concur with you, Mayor, that in the event the commission decides to proceed, that any further hearings on this particular subject be held in a place that accommodates whoever wants to hear or say something. Everyone should be included in that discussion. But that's generally the format. Whatever you did, in my opinion, you would need an ordinance.
Okay, so tonight we would have to have a in order to do that, direct you.
If you're going to request me to prepare a draft for consideration, I would do that whether you have a form of vote on it or not. I mean, if you direct me to have prepare a draft, maybe I will do that. Might be well to have your vote to see what's going on, or just tell me.
I think that's important because we also know that in order to do this, how many commissioners would it require?
It would take a super majority, which is 4.
Okay.
4 out of the 5.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
It seems to me that before we ask the city attorney to draft an ordinance, we would want to have some kind of further contract negotiation and review these things in detail, including things like financial impacts of having the minimum payment fees, pension plan, that I have said, we are required to do, I would think that that would be, very, very important to get accomplished. Certainly, while the city attorney is drafting ordinance, that we have to do our due diligence to ensure that these numbers and these contract details are very advantageous to us. And one thing that concerns me is, a provision in case it doesn't work out, or, you know, in case the sheriff gets called up to a higher law enforcement agency, goes to Washington one day or something like that, that we are protected, both for the current and for the future. So anyway, as much as we would need ordinance, we need to do our financial and contract due diligence and do that very seriously before we start enacting the ordinance.
Yes,
Yeah, I do think the new process is very, I think we kind of need to slow it down. The more the information out in the town, very few people knew that we were going to be discussing this. Very few. So we need to slow the horse down and get the most, and get the information out. Those concerned, and come to the meeting, the board of business can fix this. So people can hear it and you can hear them. So we're going to talk about something. We need to get all the input from the community. And then, when we make up our mind and one of it, then we go to the deal with the contract. If we move in this way,
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
So the devil is always in the details. Right now, we are advertising for a police chief. And we have the sheriff providing our law enforcement coverage and insurance. So as much as I somewhat agree with Commissioner Banks, and I feel that it's very important that we direct the city manager, and city attorney, whoever, to look at the numbers and the contract. What do we do with the police chief application? And on the sheriff be willing to provide our law enforcement services, you know, are we going to put a hold on the police chief and potentially go back to having our officers and our sergeant in charge? And I think we need to map kind of a plan for how we're going to go forward with a couple of these things that are up in the air.
You're right, but I also feel like we would be doing, without looking at this option first and going forward with the police chief, knowing what I think Michael has shared, you know, as far as our police chief applicant, that, you know, in fairness to whomever it is that we would seriously consider, we certainly don't want to hire a police chief and then determine that we need to possibly go with the sheriff's department. That's in fairness to that police chief. And so I understand where you're coming from, but I feel that in fairness to, I certainly would not want to be looking at moving to Crescent City now, and knowing that quite possibly our police department would be moved into the sheriff's department.
Okay, but that's the thing, we need to give Michael some direction besides applicants, and we need to have.
Michael, how many applicants do you have currently that are qualified?
One.
One.
And right now, if it's not advantageous for them here, if you start making a big issue about it, I wouldn't want to come here. But he wants to be here, and he's told us that, but in light of what's going on, you have to look at your options. That probably needs to be put on hold until you can ascertain what you want to do, especially in light of the department right now.
Yeah, I guess we need to look to the sheriff's department too, because how long do we believe this audit to take? And how much time, Sheriff, are you willing to give us coverage and not enter into negotiations or start the process?
Well, that's a very complex, protracted question to answer. You heard me Asbury say just a few moments ago that there was no harm in drafting or preparing a draft ordinance. That you can do it as you see fit tomorrow or 6 months from now. But I would respectfully request from the commissioners tonight that you give us some indication of perhaps the direction you want to take further. Certainly would give me a little better idea of the time. The audit. I really so unfortunately, the Crescent police department is at their mercy, so to speak. I think dealings within the past. Hopefully, as it is possible, that these things take time. Complex and protracted issues. Discrepancies or deficiencies.
And the ramifications, let's talk about the ramifications. If it is determined that some of our police officers are not adequately certified, the ramifications. If they've made an arrest, what happens with that arrest? Turns out.
There are a whole litany of issues that it can be sent automatically. For example, let's use the example that you did with someone made an arrest, assuming that they were a sworn law enforcement officer. Those charges will ultimately have to be dropped. The city will have an obligation to there's an immediate notice. Assuming you get the big check with that, and the board bureaus and we've got to talk about that.
So we have the liability issue, and while Commissioner Banks, I agree with you, we sure don't want to and this is, I also know that no matter what we do, we're not going to make everybody happy. We are all charged with doing the very best we possibly can to provide protection and safety for our citizens. And that being said, at this point,
I'd like to do a national motion.
okay.
Given the possibility that the officers can get some kind of certification and training and influence through the sheriff's department, but if they're actually continuously to the guys in the valley, yes, but we are not ready.
If you like, I can address that.
Please.
Certainly. So in the past, we have made it a practice, whenever chief commented and with previous chiefs to allow Crescent City officers to attend or very few exceptions. It still stands today. And once we identify what those deficiencies are, if it's the city, we're certainly more than willing to
sometimes it's a contractual obligation where one of the deputies could oversee the chief would be in trouble with the decision making to go through the process. These officers be trained and you can temporarily be in the subcontracting position while this process goes through and maybe more final contractual decision making. More what's room for less room. And that way they're trained to do their job and the possibility of the merge together the partnership with the joint responsibility. Sheriff will go training. We're going to inspire people that are going to community.
Well, could I speak to that issue for the person? I thought I heard when you spoke before that you had mentioned about local officers losing their job, but it might have been while you were outside. But part of the sheriff's presentation was, and he specifically spoke to it, I believe he can speak to it very much. But part of his presentation was anybody that worked for Crescent City would have a preference in hiring with his department, provided they met background check and qualifications, which is pretty.
Well, preference means basically what you want for a year or two, to be the next player involved in the program board. And we're talking about right now, we're in a point where the rushing to the city may not be the best thing for the city. There's possibly an influence that they are just covering for us without having some financial benefit. If you normally be paying the sheriff, and we go to contractual issues, our officers can stay in their position, trained properly through that until we can get to a process of moving the future that makes more sense for Crescent City to the Russian people.
I'll be happy to address that.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate your comments, and those are great points. What becomes problematic with that is, to my knowledge, Crescent City does not have a formalized training program for their law enforcement officers. And it would be foolhardy at best for me to assume that liability, bring those officers under our supervision without ensuring that they're going through a proper field training program, which takes roughly 14 to 16 years.
Well, once you look at the certification, you may or may not be
Well, that's what I'm saying. There are certain mandatory things required. So every 4 years, officer is required to have a minimum of 40 hours, and there are certain subjects that have to be addressed, that they have to have instruction in. But what I'm referring to specifically is our field training program for all of our sheriffs. Crescent City does not have any type of a formalized field training program. And as much as I want to help, I'm not willing or able to assume liability for those officers that will come under our supervision under those circumstances.
Thank you. We don't have, what's this, yeah. This is something that,
Essentially there, as an accredited agency, we cannot accept any field training and training from a non-accredited agency. We can start from scratch. There's not our employees.
okay, thank you very much for that. I think right now we need to move on. Commissioner DeVito, did you have a motion you wanted to make?
Yes, I do. And I do think, there are people who have special experience. I think we're at the point where if members of the public have specific recommendations, they should contact the city commissioners. I'm sure the sheriff will be willing to questions at some point through some avenue. But people with specific recommendations, contact the commissioners. My motion is, since we are at a critical juncture and we have, a police chief search in progress, but we cannot continue indefinitely without making plans. My motion is that we defend the police chief search, that we direct city staff, whoever is needed, to enter into negotiations with the church, to determine whether we can come up with a contract that makes sense for us, and then review it. So that is my motion. I think that we just need to get going, not that we would definitely accept it or not, it's only time for public comment. But if we have a document to consider, then we're just going to be in limbo. So then if we first and begin the process with the sheriff of developing a contract, that we can decide whether or not to enter it.
Excuse me? We definitely want to do that. We definitely want to do that. We definitely have a workshop.
I know.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito, clarify.
But if you did not hear me, I said that was not foreclosed, it was required workshop. But this is hard technical work, and to have a workshop that means anything, the more concrete proposals we can have, which means our staff and their staff have to work on it, we may as well just get going and either make it happen or reject it. But it would include, obviously, public workshops. I'm not intending to cut that one off.
Thank you. We have a motion, is there any discussion?
We need a second.
I'm sorry, well, do we have any discussion on the motion first?
We need a second.
Okay.
Discussion.
Okay. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Do we have any discussion?
Yes. But that we, for the time being, suspend the police chief search, but, and that we direct our staff to get with the sheriff and his staff and develop a contract proposal that deals with all the financial and legal requirements. And that we at least have an outline for that contract.
I'm sorry, did you mention that about the long workshop?
Let's address this motion if we can, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
No. Okay, no. No, no. Four ayes. Okay.
Having those workshops that we're talking about. Obviously,
Sooner than later.
I'm not sure date wise. Which Christmas and years, holidays.
I don't think we need to rush. Why not our next meeting?
Next meeting is January 14th.
I think it's, okay, so, now, speaking to the point of having workshops, or did I just answer what I want, I want to start with like, which because we should just address that at the next meeting? Okay, one reason I wanted to talk about COVID safety concerns, which is what you started the meeting out with, my concern is that our patients wear masks, which is very important. The longer you are in a room together, I pulled down the CDC guidelines, I shared those with Mr. Esposito, and I really was hoping that we could discuss these so we understand the risks that we have for us, the staff, and the public that we bring together. The longer you're in a meeting, the less healthy the area, basically. So my concern was, I asked the sheriff, how long was he going to speak? It's not that I didn't want to hear the sheriff, because I did, but it's the safety of having us all in the room for very serious.
Okay.
So I lean toward at least, doing something on a Tuesday before the Thursday meeting, so that we don't have to have this extended thing. And also, I noticed that some people have left, and that some people do not feel able to sustain a lengthy meeting. I saw quite a few people go out the door, and they want people to stay. And I thought it's a good question. If we're meeting Thursday, January 14th, do we have Tuesday the 12th available? That's the question.
I'm just saying, the 14th, we're supposed to have the meeting.
Well, you're having a workshop prior to, on the 14th.
But so that would already be a long, that would be a very long time.
Yeah.
So that's another reason that I'm thinking maybe Tuesday the 12th.
And we've already determined that because of the COVID issue, we are going to move this to a larger venue. So we would have both of those meetings at a larger venue.
But it's going to be a long week.
It has to be. I'm sorry, but it has to be. We're just going to have to ensure that. It's important. This is not something like everyone has said that we just can't ram on through. It's going to have to take time. It's going to have to take discussion, and everybody's going to have to do that.
Right, exactly. But the flip side of that is, you do have other very important issues that we need to address as a commission, and it's not really reasonable to invite people to sit through all of that. So for me, I would rather, for a variety of reasons, break it up, into a Tuesday and a Thursday. So then on the Thursday,
I would say that if that's a concern of yours, that maybe we need to break this up into a completely separate meeting and the only discussion is this. And so there will be no other business conducted at that meeting. So if that's the case, we're going to have to call a special meeting and not our usual meeting. So we need to look at dates as to when we can call a workshop and when we can call a special meeting. Michael?
Yeah.
She can call around and find the date for it.
We'll find the date and we'll find when they're available. When do you want to have a special meeting?
I would say that, we are coming to Christmas, but is there any way that we could do a workshop sooner than later?
Yeah, I don't know. I know Christmas is coming, but business is very important at this time.
We have some big issues on our shoulders right now.
And we really thought we could try to do this.
And
That's
so,
it, Mayor.
The 14th through the 18th before Christmas, that could be available.
That can be available, yeah.
so we could do it that way.
Yeah, we don't got to do this.
Okay, so we will do the workshop on the Tuesday.
Well, if you want something before a month from now, do you want another workshop with the sheriff and so people can be involved between the 14th and 18th of December? Okay, do you want Tuesday or Thursday?
I'm confused. Hold on a second. What are we talking about the first meeting? So the first, you want to have a workshop
We're the first workshop. that
next
we
week? I would say that we'd have it, if we had it, we'd have it the next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
That'd be more workable for everybody. Yes. I don't know whether it's coming up.
And we want to do the workshop at 6 o'clock, or do we want to do the workshop earlier? You know, we have a lot of people too that after dark, that they don't like to drive. When they order, we hear from all of us, and I think we're gonna open this up.
But we also have people working.
We also have people working. Do we want to try to do something at 5, or do we want to keep it at 6 o'clock? Keep it at 6 o'clock, okay. Okay.
And this is going to be in the auditorium at the middle school.
I'm gonna try.
Barring there's no complications, we're trying to coordinate that.
If I can't, then we'll find another venue. Yeah, we will.
Okay. Also, Michael, this is something I think that's very important, is that when we do this, tonight we have discussed, and of course, I know it's difficult because we don't have the technology, but that we have this on Zoom and YouTube, just so that everyone has an opportunity that can't be here. And also the opportunity for them to write in and have that read. It's very important.
And so the woman, might be in second.
I think
It's larger than what we've got. It's the auditorium at middle school is not available. Second grade.
they need to be determined.
Yeah.
Judy, is that women's club that much bigger than what we have?
Oh, goodness.
I don't know if it's available to us, there's also the Methodist Church Social Hall. I don't know if they would provide it. But that's a pretty large room.
Yes, it is.
With a space.
Is everybody here in the room, are you all linked into the city so that you get the automatic? Okay.
Within 7 days, all of the other citizens, but didn't make this meeting because they only work on that. I will reach something next week. Before Christmas, that we have to reach. You'll be on the city website.
Well, I guarantee you, this meeting will be on the list.
It will definitely be on there. I mean, it will be on the news, and I will almost guarantee you it will spread through social media. So that will be covered also. I understand that. I would love to go door to door, but that's not an option right this moment. Okay, so we're doing the very best we possibly can.
But, it's more,
Yes, ma'am.
good point raised about access. I know very well a lot of people do not have any technical access, so it's up to all of us commissioners and everyone here to spread the word. I mean that very well. So, that's one of our responsibilities as a commissioner. We really call our neighbors, we call people that we run into. And certainly if you're here in attendance, call all your friends, print off, a copy of the notice, and
There's a next door, and there's a next door also, so we can get that on the next door, on the next door program.
I'll send it to my son.
We'll put it on our sign, yeah, we'll do everything we possibly can to make sure. I mean, please understand that we have all recognized the importance of making sure that everyone's heard. And quite honestly, tonight, we did not expect this. Deb, I would have thought that we would have had our phones ringing off the hook. And we really didn't know what to expect tonight, because Deb, have you had, phone calls today as far as about the meeting, showing up for the meeting?
No.
So, okay. the next survey.
So, are we also doing Tuesday the
Can it
12th?
get in the paper by
January?
We're gonna try. We're gonna try.
Can we get it in the paper for Saturday? Do you think?
I don't know.
Too late?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Right.
But in the meanwhile,
Oh, hold on. What about our sign that we can put on the road that announces it?
Oh, yeah, that's just part of it. Every time we have a meeting announcement, it goes in that sign. And that's-
No, I'm not
The
talking
trailer.
about the one on the trailer sign. The trailer sign.
The speed sign.
The speed sign.
Oh, yeah, that can be put on that.
The portable.
Oh, I guess, we're gonna look into that.
Right.
I don't know if it's-
I don't know how much of a message it can be put on.
excuse me, Mayor, but the law provides reasonable notice, publishing the paper, posting. It doesn't require you to go physically out and bring people in. I mean,
I know.
reasonable.
Right.
I know, but we're talking about fairness to the community, we know, but we're talking about really trying to, with this whole separate, we know, so thank you.
I understand. One thing I would like to mention, and, my good friend, Commissioner Banks, brings up a good point about let's don't rush this thing, but one thing I would like the commission to understand. Michael doesn't know, I don't know, no one knows what this audit produces. And my point is, Crescent City is getting into a bad spot now, by not doing anything. We need to move forward, and I think you all are. But whatever we do needs to be somewhat expeditious. Because Michael, myself, and you five people are going to be could be in a dilemma depending on what someone else tells us. And that's all I want to say. Some people try to talk about individuals. We can't do that. The personnel issues is we don't talk about that either. People have remedies, they have recourses, whatever. But I'm looking at the big picture. And depending on the unknown, we could be in a heck of a fix. All I'm saying is, let's move the process in an orderly fashion with good notice to the public. Let's move this forward. That's all. I have nothing for or against anyone involved.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So in meanwhile, we have to still shift and still have to cover.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You agree to do that right now. So that's all.
Have a something of notice while we can do the top of the churches. Also, the process of demolition.
Michael can, Sheriff, are you available next Thursday evening?
We're gonna find out.
Next
Thank
Thursday,
you, Commissioner.
yes, I actually just took a look at my calendar. That actually works out better for us. You know, we're happy to accommodate Crescent City and providing the coverage, but I think it's worth mentioning that, providing this additional coverage also takes a significant impact on our budget as well, which we're happy to absorb when we come to some resolution, whether we partner or the Crescent City Police Department remains in operation. So my only ask is that, in the interest of being good stewards of our public tax dollars, that you move as expeditiously as possible while still being conscientious about the needs or the desires of the members of the public who would like to attend and get into.
I think we would do the workshop next Thursday, and then, of course, that leads us into Christmas and the week of New Year's, and the first week of January, then we would have our special meeting, we call it special meeting. I have everything else at that point. I'm looking at Michael right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking to the
I would say that you want to do it that Thursday, is that the Thursday,
January the eighth.
this January 8th, work? Sheriff elect, with the 7th of January, what is this schedule? If not, then look at that Tuesday.
I cannot do the first week of January.
What?
I cannot do the first week of January. That's why I think that's a call.
Okay, so Commissioner DeVito is not here.
Well, basically, all we want to do, we have a workshop to discuss and get the more input from our students. So, 14th will be our regular scheduled meeting in January.
Yes, but she's
We
talking
can
about
make a
another,
decision up then. But we're gonna go.
Well,
talk about a separating the two issues we have, so that we don't stay with each other.
so,
But I'm saying now, the workshop is gonna be the next.
Right.
We should have our minds made up. January 14th when we come, what we gonna do.
we should,
All
we should.
all of this should be, part of a motion passed, and move on.
Well, actually, we have to be heard twice. There's no-
Right. I'm saying the same.
We're talking about making the decision which way to go. So that's not the two meetings we have to have to absolutely change it.
Right, and that's
And-
ordinance. So,
The further we're pushing anything out of the decision is, like Sheriff Deloach said, we're really intruding on their resources.
all right, let's ask you this, and we,
No, Diane, that's not how we have decided, that's not what I'm saying, but we've got to tell them one way or the other.
And we have to have it.
We have Commissioner Wong.
What we need to do is advise them on, this is something we don't need to fill.
right,
We need to get the community here on the 14th.
17th.
On the 17th, next Thursday.
Yes.
right.
And if it's a long discussion, we discuss that, try to iron things out then. Then we can put the ball on the road.
Do you want to vote on the 17th after all that discussion?
No, I'm saying the regular in January. Then we put the ball on the road, we should be on the about now,
By
Yeah.
January the 14th,
the regular meeting.
right.
Okay, we've got to,
And we go through the technical part of it.
yeah,
At least we know what, the sheriff will know what way we are going.
First of all, it's gonna be gonna happen. And I don't think that's not really gonna happen. So we can have it.
we have.
And let's point out one more thing. There's two meetings you have, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jay. Those are hearings. Like a special meeting. You're literally having, you're having your discussion, you're having your public comment.
It can be an agenda item.
Correct. It could be agenda on a regular meeting. It can also be, what I'm getting at is you still have public comment, you still have discussion. It's not a rubber stamp, and it's not a one-way conversation. So whether you have a workshop or you have a special meeting or it's during a regular meeting, you can still do both of those.
Now, on the workshop, we said we look at the top on the schedule.
No, you
Rules,
just,
we can't do no but discuss anyway. We can't pass
Correct, but that's what I'm saying, you have to go through one process, so if you have one special meeting, say if we had it on this 17th, you still have one hearing, we still have to give notice, we have to give 10 days, and then we have a special meeting, there's another hearing, so there's another chance to have public comment, another chance to have a talk and a discussion on it. If you have a workshop, then you're gonna have to wait, and you have another special meeting, or a regular meeting, and then you're gonna have to wait to have another meeting, so you're just prolonging that.
So what you're saying is that on the 17th, we should call a special meeting. And part of that would be the current presentation that they have today, the same presentation
Sure.
we have today, and the opportunity for everyone to speak.
Correct.
I think that is too late, because my notion was that we direct our staff to get with the sheriff and actually come out with some financial numbers. Are we gonna have that by the 17th?
We'd have to work on that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of technical work to be done, and to me, the 17th should be devoted to public comment, so that we can listen to what the public has to say, and answer their questions, and I don't think that staff will have enough technical information. I just think that's a little soon to have.
Okay, then right now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go forward with the workshop on the 17th. Commissioner DeVito, you are out for
The first week of January.
the first week of January, so that takes us to our first meeting in the second week in January. So,
What about the very last week?
are you here then too? Or are you gone?
27th.
Well, I'm not,
Possibly the 29th of December.
well, I don't think that's a good time for anybody.
It's never gonna be a good time for anyone. I just don't think there is, well, unfortunately, we're right in holiday season.
But you know, we had another issue in the year back, like each commission, a certain portion of the township, and went around and talked to the citizens to get the word out. Because we got to do something. Besides for the people, we got to get out there and go out. This was out there and talk to them about how they feel about it, get the information, and get them to show up.
Okay.
That's what we got to do.
They'll have work to do in the next 5 days.
Right. So, I would like to, try to ask you all. Y'all were giving y'all area. Talk to the citizens. All of them that want to speak, have them tell them when you want to be there.
So we're feeling like we need to have a special meeting either in December or January to consider Jay's ordinance.
No. We're gonna have a workshop on the 17th, and we're gonna hear from the residents.
Yeah.
And right now, we're gonna carry this forward until the first meeting in January. And if we determine next week that we need to call a special meeting, then we will call a special meeting at that time, if we need to do it, we need to move it forward from the 14th. Okay?
Can we call that special meeting a workshop?
I can call a meeting, I can call a special meeting, that's how you do it, we'll determine that after the workshop.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Does that work for everyone? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I think okay. Our next item of business is, we've got our city commission meeting minutes. The minutes of the previous meeting have been distributed. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
I move.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. That was easy. That was an easy one. Okay. Our next item of business, and I do not know if Mr. O'Toole is still here. If he's still-
He is.
Oh, thank you. Bless your heart. Thank you so much. It's our resolution 2011 Putnam County Emergency Management Update on the 2020 Putnam County Multi-Jurisdiction Mitigation Plan. Would you like to speak to that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Mayor, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Mitigation represents one of 5 important phases of our program to drive emergency management. Together with a number of emergency management partners, we've mitigated drainage systems, roads, parks, public buildings, and public hurricane shelters. Our local mitigation strategy is multi-jurisdictional strategic plan is updated on a 5-year cycle. This, by my calculations, is roughly 6 cycles that we've gone through with this plan. Adoption of the 2020 mitigation plan is required by state to remain eligible for state and federal hazard mitigation programs. The latest version that was adopted by Board of County Commissioners can be viewed on the county website. And we welcome city of Crescent City to make resolutions to adopt the plan as well. And also take part in our local mitigation strategy working group with the support.
You said there were 5 areas for emergency shelters. What else did I miss?
Drainage systems, roads, parks, buildings, and public hurricane shelters are all things that we help mitigate through adoption.
My understanding is this is after the fact.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we have the, we have a motion on the resolution. Thanks, Cindy. You have a second? A motion and a second, all in favor? Okay, just Commissioner DeVito, do you have a question?
Just a very quick question before I vote on that. Does this require us to do specific things with our infrastructure in the city of Crescent?
No, and it only requires that, in order to take part with the hazard mitigation grant program and to develop a plot grant, it only requires that through formal practice within the working group, we can discuss the project and then meet with federal and state partners in order to discuss the project and see what they're under guidelines.
Okay. Good luck on
We're good. Okay. Have a motion, we have a second, everyone in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Brian.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. Okay, our next item of business is Arbor Day. Commissioner DeVito, you're on.
Okay, Arbor Day. Usually, Arbor Day does not really come before the
Oh, I'm so sorry.
maybe I'll wait until usually Arbor Day is not an item that comes before the commission. I distributed a memo to you, and I did that because it has a new city manager and also a new mayor and commissioner. Basically, Florida's Arbor Day is the 3rd Friday in January. Florida was one of the first states to celebrate an Arbor Day. It is on that day because that is a better day for tree planting in our planet. Basically, the whole purpose of Arbor Day, it's a nationally celebrated observance that promotes the benefits of trees in the urban environment and encourages tree planting and tree care. So usually in Crescent City, the city adopts a proclamation that's provided by the Arbor Day Foundation. The city buys and plants a fairly good sized tree. Last year it was an oak tree was planted out in front of middle school. At one or more times, the mayor reads the proclamation at the tree planting. And as well, for the past several years, we've had an outdoor community event with a tree giveaway and several activities with the mountain gardeners. This year, unfortunately, because of state budget cuts, the state does not have money for the tree giveaway. So bottom line is, I'm assuming that we're going to adopt the proclamation as a state. I'm assuming that we will carry forward our tradition of planting a tree at a location that is usually determined by the city manager and conjunction with advice from Tree and Garden Board and local residents. The Women's Club is interested in hosting a community celebration on Saturday, January 23rd, the way they did last year. If we want to have a tree giveaway and have it there, as well, the Master Gardeners want to be present on that Saturday, January 23rd. They're local residents who hold a certification from the state of Florida. And also, our Putnam County Extension agent, Julio Perez, who's certified arborist, he has expressed to me and the top lady, who's with the Women's Club, he would like to do a presentation, but we're not sure whether he's talking about Friday the 15th, which is usually when the tree will be planted for the city, or whether he's talking about Saturday at the Women's Club. So basically, I'm just presenting this to make everybody aware that Arbor Day is coming up the first Saturday in January. Hopefully we'll do the usual things. And I'm recommending that the city consider spending about $200 to fund the tree giveaway, which has been very popular in the last few years, but we do not have the availability of the state Florida to fund or giveaway.
I have a question.
The city has the budget and the city commission has to determine whether or not to spend money.
Okay, I have a question. In the past, how many trees have we given away through the free tree program?
We can certainly go back to ticket. We've given away around, one year it was 100, this last year it was 50. It depends, usually this is funded by the state of Florida, and the county forester gets trees and brings them. This time we would have to, I've already done a little research. Because if we went to Paris, Nursery and Crescent, we could only do about 12 trees.
12 trees.
We would have, those are two big trees, preferable as 1 gallon. There's another nursery that Putnam and I have been calling around. Ideally, you would give away 1 gallon trees that are about maybe 3 feet high, and they would cost less. Ideally, you would spend maybe $5 to $10, and have about 30 or so trees.
My concern is we limit it to 12 trees, how do we determine who gets those 12 trees?
Oh, it's first come, first served, and usually people come and they go downstairs. I don't think that 12 trees is a good option, and I think we can do that. We just have to find a nursery that has the smaller trees.
Can I
And
make a comment? No sycamores,
no, sycamore.
no sycamores, real messy. They're
Well,
big, beautiful trees, and they're blooming, but, this time of year, they have to be about 10,000.
but are you saying for the trees?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, for sycamores, you give away to, think of it.
Oh, I'm sure, I agree, I don't even know if we want water it, so.
No,
I know what I was about to say, and I saw that, and I said, no, I don't think that's something that we
No,
want either.
those are the trees that come down. The county forester last year had a nice selection. We had bald cypress, holly, oak. There was one more, and people that stuff to be bought at the county if we can get them. So if you want to go with what we have in the past, holly, bald cypress, oak, holly, yeah.
That would be fun.
And this money, this would come out of what fund? This would come out of your tree?
But the city, I think that, Ms. Peacock said we have $5,000 in this year's school budget, $415 carried over from last year.
You want to clarify that?
Huh?
You want to clarify that?
It's in, department, the street department, we had tree maintenance. It's coming out of our tree maintenance budget, which is for maintenance on all the trees in town. Any of them that comes down in a storm, any of them that's got a dead limb that's on city property, we have to trim. That's where it comes out of, our tree maintenance.
And that will be the 300, so you're looking at, Commissioner DeVito, you're looking at 300 plus the additional 200 for the giveaway. Is that correct?
The 300 is nothing new. This is every year since I can remember, Patrick Kennedy has purchased the tree for the tree planting, and as well, in past years, I'm pretty sure that money for tree care or for arborist consultation. But that, the planting of the large tree is always customarily addressed. The new money would be money to purchase trees for the tree.
The additional 200.
The additional.
Okay.
The 500.
Yes, but as far as I know, there is no budget for the city right away. But that's my money.
Hey, do you have a motion?
So,
Are you finished? I'm done.
I'm done.
You're done? Okay.
I'm done. But, I would be happy to use that, the city spend approximately $300 at the customary tree on the city right away every day, and as well, I'll say $200, for up to $200 for the purchase of, giveaway trees for the community of the public.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
So this comes out of our maintenance
Hmm?
budget.
Correct.
Do you have a separate budget for tree beautification?
It's all the time.
It's all
It's all the same.
It's all the same.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, at this time, we're going to suspend this meeting so that we can take up our CRA board meeting. We have the CRA board meeting, and we're going to have a general discussion. Michael, I think that I believe the first thing is, everybody is wondering about what is going on in our CRA position.
Okay, so the redevelopment coordinator position, I had talked to several people that are very interested in it, that have the qualifications. This was recently, so it was right after Thanksgiving. So I haven't got a chance to go back with them yet. They have, they are full-time people, but they have the time to work on something like this. They've got 20 years of experience, both of them. I talked to a third one that I'm playing phone tag with, but they are very interested in doing this. So I just need to circle back around with them, and I'll be able to, I think, bring someone on board. I was trying to also tie that person into, they also have experience with code revision. So I want to touch on that for a second. And as I started to speak with them, I got the idea of saying, well, if you could do code revision, would you be interested in doing that for us? And then I had an interesting conversation with the county that says that they're looking to do an RFP later, at the beginning of this next year, to rewrite their code that we might be able to piggyback on. So it's kind of a couple of things that we've got that were in the works that we could get somebody beginning of the year for the coordinator position. So I'm really excited about that. Yeah.
It's kind of been moving forward, and I understand it's hard, so we know, for the amount of money that you're
Right, but they're on their part-time basis, the question is how much time, but, everything's always a little more upfront, and then as we start to get into a groove with everything, they'll be there for meetings, they can be on Zoom, they can do, so I've talked to them, they're really excited about it, so it's just how to kind of vet them a little more and see who's gonna be good for us.
So, CRA advisory board, you meeting?
I'm sorry, Diane, if you have a question, would you please come forward? Thank you so much.
Thanks for the Crescent Street. Have personal interest in this, on the CRA advisory board. So, when will the CRA advisory board be meeting on it?
We'd have to look at that when the advisory board will meet.
So, the commissioners have an opportunity to ask those questions before we open it up to public comment.
And this is a question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. DeVito, you have a question?
Well, I have some questions. About, so, I took the opportunity last month and before that to fully read our CRA plan. I really think that we need to take some time to all read that plan, and I was wondering, in fact, whether Mr. Burton and you actually have a copy of the amended plan. I've looked at that and made a lot of notes. Some of it is outdated. There's a reference to artists in a group called the Magi that no longer exists. It does not address code enforcement of crime and DCRA issues, which are specifically under statute from what you can do with a CRA. Obviously, code is a big issue here, and our plan does not address it. And that's a big thing because, as you know, y'all funded me to go to the CRA conference last year and the workshop. And the one thing that it does is you can't spend CRA money on anything that isn't in your plan. So if you really look at our plan, I think, I don't know, I remember I went to the hearing when the plan was adopted, but it's been kind of sitting there for a while. And I think it behooves us to all read it. And as well as I mentioned before, there's so much in that plan that we have not set priorities for it. We haven't talked about what we would implement first. I think something people probably would want to eliminate, something and add others. Doing this plan definitely calls for staff. When I read through it, there's a number of things that are just not going to happen that will dedicated staff. For example, it says work with merchants and the Chamber of Commerce on a marketing plan and a new logo. And I mean, there's just so much, there's very little that we have really accomplished with this plan. So I think that behooves all of us to read it and to think about priorities for implementation and anything that doesn't seem right to us. As well, the plan talks repeatedly about the need to resolve zoning conflicts and land use conflicts. That was one thing that Patrick Kennedy mentioned. I think that we needed was to specifically look at our land development code, and specifically the CRA plan talks about attributes of the central CRA being the historic nature and the quaintness of it. And that is one reason we need to look at the land development code to make sure that if the historic nature and the quaintness is important to us, that our code enables us to keep it. And I'm not sure that it does. So I think it's great that we have a handle on a staff system, but I think we really need to, as commissioners of the CRA board, to eyeball this plan to take some time with the Christmas, get some hot chocolate and read it. And
Chocolate?
pardon?
Hot chocolate?
Yes, there's hot chocolate, yes. And to read it and to, think about what we're going to do with it. So
Because certainly when a staff person comes on, we can't just tell them, go forth and do something that is, you know, maybe a little dated, and they would have to have some idea of our priorities. So, I'm just encouraging us to take a look at it. Because we've spent quite a bit of money, and we've spent $10,000 for that, it's not utility study. It's just different. So, I'm encouraging us to acquaint ourselves with that plan and to, you know, that we visit it as soon as possible.
You have a question, Mr. Ray?
Well, does Commissioner Burton have a copy of the CRA plan? I think that's very important.
And I'll have to get a copy.
So right now, the CRA plan is on the website.
Okay.
So if you go to the website, if you wanted it like this second, you can download the CRA plan.
Right, it's detailed, and then, I have no idea if he is on the CRA board, whether they all still live here or what, and I actually don't know. I would like to know where the ordinance is, or, I don't know how they got appointed, or I haven't found a document that says what they do.
Okay.
The CRA advisory board are people who volunteer to be on the board like any of the other advisory boards. And it's not a criteria for living in the city limits. You can also own business in the city. So you can either live in the CRA area or own business in the CRA.
I know you are an Angel Duke.
Angel Duke was on the board. Jeff was on the board. I can go with, yeah, she has all those meeting minutes.
But my question is, I mean, I know I went to some of the meetings, but I don't know where the document is, that says, there has to be a document somewhere that says who is supposed to be on the advisory board. There has to be an ordinance or something.
I guess they find it with the trade board or any of the other
I
boards.
don't know where.
So Commissioner, I have the same question. Okay, coming on, you've got several advisory boards. What is their makeup? Who's on the board? We always have problems with forms, all of those things. I'm looking in this next year to revamp that process. To try to see that people, we get on a regular schedule of saying, if you get appointed by this commission on the advisory board, that if it's the case that you have a 2-year appointment, that at the end of the 2 years, we're looking to either ask you to be appointed again, if you want to volunteer again, that kind of thing. So we can answer those questions and have them on our fingertips.
My question is real specific. What's the ordinance? Where's the language?
Well, that's what
in the law?
we'll get, that's what I'm saying, that's what we'll get together.
Okay, I know where planning and zoning is, I know what code is, I know what the school board is. I do not know where the ordinance is that provides for CRA board.
The CRA board, do you mean the advisory board? The advisory board. Okay, yes.
Can find it. I don't know what it is. Can find it.
Can I ask a question about that? If you discussing that and having read through it, the expertise is required for that. Is there anybody that we could reach out to for guidance on that? On what? On the expertise, on rewriting that? Not rewriting the CRA, but updating the CRA.
The plan has to be submitted and approved. You can't just arbitrarily modify the plan. Patrick has a plan broad enough so that it could encompass many different things. Just because it's in the plan doesn't mean we have to do it, but if we spend money on it, it must be in the plan.
Okay, that's correct.
That's the point I think this is trying to bring home, is that we've got things that we can't spend money on if it's not in the plan.
Correct. So I'm saying the first step is for us to read it and Diane correct, because in the plan you don't have to do it, but I think it is incumbent upon us to evaluate the plan. And see, I mean, I found one thing that validates an organization that doesn't exist. So just, I think we need to
take a look at it and see what we like, what we don't like, even if you don't take something out of the plan, you need to set some priorities, because it's huge. It's a multi-year endeavor, and you have to choose something to do first. And we have made very little of those choices. And then when you choose something you want to do, you have to come up with some kind of implementation step. Because I'll give you a for example. With the Growth Development Board, that's kind of down in the city, we spent between $400,000 on historic walking tours. They don't really do anything. I mean, they're just sitting in boxes somewhere, and maybe there's a few out to the hall. They're not really moving the plan forward. So, I mean, money was spent, but not much is being accomplished with it. We're not really getting bang for the buck of the money that was spent, and that really is the purpose of the CRA, is to get some bang for your buck and change things. If you spend money but you don't change anything, that is not what the state is for, that intended for you to do the CRA. That's part of that long state time. So I'm just saying, time to take a look.
I will certainly get my hot chocolate on, and I will read that thing over the holiday. Especially since none of us should be traveling. Yeah, so we're all gonna probably be stuck at home, unfortunately, through Christmas. So that'll be, describe a little bit of light reading on our part. Thank you. Do we have any other discussion? No other discussion? Okay, we can close the CRA board meeting. And we're going to reconvene on city commission meeting. And so our next item is business. Michael, you have on here public hearings.
Yeah, we have no public hearings.
Okay. 10 additional reports and comments. We've got one with city manager.
Right. I do. So right now, let's talk a little bit about personnel. We talked about the redevelopment coordinator, finance director. Our lovely finance director was due to retire at the end of this month. And as we have discussed, she has graciously said that she would stay on until we find someone. And I am actively looking with the Finance Government Office Association to finding somebody. I've talked to the county, I've talked to the city of Palatka, and several other municipalities trying to get that person that we're going to desperately need. So as soon as that person comes on, we've also worked on a schedule with Debbie about how that works and how that transition will work. So, and I'm very excited and thankful that she will be staying on until we find that person.
Thank you.
No. She says that.
He's going to actively do that on your behalf.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
So,
I've already signed up for Medicare and everything, so everything's taking effect in January.
Right. So the next thing we have is the Central Avenue paving project, just to give you an update on that. We're moving forward with negotiations on the CEI services contractor. In the meantime, we've advertised for the construction services for that project. We did the advertising, but our engineer of record, Ms. Howard and Associates, they are the ones who actually hold that bid and hold the documents and hold that whole process. So we ran that through the end of the year. We're hoping in the beginning of January, we'll get the bids back, and then I'll be bringing that back to you to give you an update and tell you what's going on with that. I'm also working on one of the exciting things, and I've talked to the commissioners about, and I'll tell everybody a little bit about one of the company that does our website, designed our website that I've been working with. In my talks with them, trying to make sure they were a right fit for us. We got to talking about what services we need and how that works and how it works for our city. And they are working on a pilot program. They're working on a software that would work in conjunction with our website. That would be its own standalone website, and it would also be a handheld. You can download an app eventually that would, you as citizens or anybody would be able to put citizen concerns. So if you see a pothole, you take a picture, you'd be able to put it in there, say, hey, there's a pothole on Main Street. And it would come in, and the way that they work their process is they're almost working as like a priority list. So So I would be able to take it in, or whoever we had that monitoring it, and being able to put it to that department and say, okay, now you need to look into this, and there'd be real-time feedback on it. So I'm hoping, and I'm really excited about it, that at the beginning of the year, we'll be able to pilot program for it and see how that works. So I think that's something we really need for accountability, for just maintaining that some of these things get taken care of in expeditiously. Okay. Excuse me. Eventually there'll be a cost associated with it. There'll be a monthly fee if we wanted to do it. And once again, I think they talked about the pilot program. They wouldn't charge us anything for it, but there would be a monthly fee on it, just like we pay on the maintenance on our website. And once again, they're also integrated in our website, but it's also a standalone. It will be a standalone process also. But I think it's a really good thing to help us manage those little things and things that need to be taken care of in the city. Okay. I think we also talked about it, and I might mention it again about the Culver Park fountain. I don't know if we talked about it at the last meeting, or we'll bring it up again to just make sure it's been out there. I've gotten positive feedback about it. And it's something that we can add to other places. I think it's just going to enhance things as we go. So I'm really, it's working. Yeah. So I'm looking at if we go down the road, possibly adding other things as we do more improvements to parks and things.
I've heard positive feedback from that too.
Yeah.
They're very appreciative.
Right. Okay, so also one of the other things, I know this is always a hot topic, is speed humps. I don't know where Mr. King is. So we've got nothing, I've heard nothing but positive feedback about speed humps. The only negative things I've heard is usually somebody forgetting that it's there after they've seen the 3 signs and kind of gone over it at really high speed. And I say high speed, it's supposed to be 10 miles an hour and they go 20. We're working on painting them. You know what the most expensive thing about a hump, but the speed humps is? Painting. Only because it's the elastrometric paint that they use on there, it'll last a really long time and it's reflective. Right. We went out there and painted out the little squares. So we're working on that. The idea is that we're trying to get a number, and I don't know what that number is right now, but I'm trying to get the ones that we already had on Bay Street because we had one of them redone, and then work on the ones we have here. So.
You said there are going to be additional ones? Where?
Well, no. Okay, let me back up for a second. If we add any additional ones, that's going to be a discussion we're going to have about where they are. Once again, just the pilot program, but as Public Works will tell me, and as my observation is, some of the people try to avoid the speed humps, so they take alternate routes. So now we need to do some, we might need to add some additional ones, but we'll definitely talk about that because, like I said, some people love it and some people hate it, and some people don't want them seen near the driveways. So we'll talk about that in the future. I'm just trying to get some prices, and right now trying to get paving people is a little difficult. So come first of the year, we'll look at that again.
Yeah. So originally my idea was we did some research on speed humps, and I did get one negative feedback. Someone who lives in town, has business in town, really hates the speed humps, and they sent me an email the other day, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, but they told me that someone who was pulling a trailer went over one of the main street speed humps, and the trailer came loose and hit a vehicle that was also on the roadway.
Correct. So that person was speeding through the speed hump and didn't have the trailer hitched right.
Exactly, which was my thought, and I have taken very careful notes on the speed hump that is down the street from me, and I have watched somebody who has a huge, gigantic pontoon boat that's about as big as this room. They don't have any problem with that speed bump. My neighbor who has a trailer with lawn equipment, he doesn't have any trouble with speed bump. The other thing I noticed is the speed hump actually causes less jarring and disruption. Vehicles that go over it, even the ones pulling something, then there's a section farther down the street. I turn around and watch as they go. There's a section down the street where a new culvert was put in, and there's that piece of pavement that's been dug up and replaced. That rattles vehicles much more than the speed hump.
So you're saying let's put a speed hump over that hole, right?
No, you're close to the other one, but I'm
right.
I'm just
Okay.
saying, when for people who complain about the speed hump, your point was what I thought of. If someone's trailer came off and they went over a speed hump, that was not fastened correctly.
Right.
but the jarring to the vehicles, I mean, here's the speed bump, the car goes over smoothly, here's the messed up pavement of the road before you get to that spot. That's what jars the most. So, anyway, but I have had one very, very simple complaint. I go with it.
Okay, that's all I have. You're welcome.
Raspberry, do you have anything to report?
I've got a legal path full of things, if y'all could bear with me. No, tonight we're going I would like to thank the sheriff and his team for coming down here and sticking with us all night long and making that presentation. All I can say is it's just uncomfortable feeling when you try to be as transparent as you can with people, but there's also things that you really can't share, and a lot of people are operating on misconception and misperceptions, and there's nothing you can do. Just gotta let it play out. Thank you. Unless you all have some questions of me.
Thank you for your guidance and direction as we go through our I do have one announcement, but I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna go and have the commissioner back. Good, more Alito, you good?
Well, I have one issue, so I'll just say very briefly.
Okay.
Coming up on close to a year that we've had our city manager here, and I think that we need to think about doing a city manager evaluation. You can Google the forms. I'm hoping that the city manager will help us find a form so that, you know, an evaluation is supposed to be a constructive process to get feedback and, you know, facilitate communication. So I'm hoping that we will get going on that, but I think we did that.
Thank you, Dennis. Okay. I would like to say, this was brought to my attention at the beginning, and I apologize, I didn't bring it up. Lakewood Nursing Home is doing a Christmas gift drive, and they've asked that all the gifts be dropped off by December 21st at Compliment to North Salon, which is right there. Right there on the line. By December the 21st. And we're looking for games, puzzles, socks, skincare products, perfume, cologne, lotion, painter tips, word puzzle books. I know that's important too, but they all do like that. It's my understanding they don't want them wrapped. Lisa, do you have any information on that? I don't think they want them wrapped.
I don't think they want, and then they don't know who to give what, and actually it's, this was spearheaded by Wendy Buchanan, who is one of the files at Compliment from North. And I pulled that off of Facebook.
Her number, if anybody wants it, she has it listed as 386-559-3297. Please contact her. I also would like to thank Sheriff Deloach for everything that you and your staff, the professionalism you provided. Greatly appreciated. You stepped in our time of need, and I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, because I can tell you that right out of the box. This is all very new to me, and I appreciate everyone's patience as we go through this. I sure wasn't expecting this in my first official meeting. I appreciate all of you that have stuck around till 10:15, and Michael, Debbie, thank y'all so much for everything that you are doing. I've seen it firsthand, and I apologize for all the grief I have given any of you over the years. Please don't hold it against me. Don't put anything in that coffee that I like to drink on. I appreciate it, and with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 10:15.